All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the session. My name's Rodrigo. I'll be here with you today and with lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle chat room, Nic Chahine. He'll be here with us today. Quick shout out here to a couple folks, Charmaine in the house, David, Donovan, Greg Mills, Gabriel, what's up? Edward, Ruby La Chica, Renaud, Richard, Tim Lee, what's going on? We got Tim Lee in the house, shout out. So guys, we're going to be going over a couple things today. And again, we just went over a couple folks there, but let me know in the chat when you guys are ready to start on the YouTube and on the Zoom chat. Let me know when you guys are good to start. A lot of you guys were asking me where Nic was. Well, he was in the live trading room with all the chat members, and that's what he does Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and Sundays they meet as well. So it's pretty much a tight community. They're the entire day together trading. So Nic is going to be here with us today. So we'll be going over Nic's options trade strategy, sector scoping, options education, setups for equities, options, crypto, commodities, buys and sells, charts, market discussions. We're also going to do a surprise review here on Apple because they're going to report earnings. So Nic is also going to be going over Apple here with us. And make sure that you stick around at the end because we're going to have a live Q&A session, real-time view of the Inner Circle chat room. So in the chat, give me a 1 if you know who Nic Chahine is. If you've heard of Nic Chahine, just give me a chat there. Shiraz is ready to start. Kanani ready. Mike ready. Richard, Jim Jones ready. Okay, you guys are very familiar with Nic. I can see it. Shiraz says Nic is amazing. Absolutely. All right, so no further ado, let's go ahead and bring on the man himself, Nic Chahine, lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle chat room.
The man, the legend, man. I need like a royalty outfit or something. What I need is a haircut. That's what I need. Do you know anybody? That's what I need.
So somebody actually messaged me and said like, hey, if Nic ever needs a haircut, like, he can come by my store, something like that. He's a chat room member. But
I'm a super cuts kind of guy.
I get it. So a lot of things that we're going to cover here, Nic. I know that you were just in the chat room. More importantly, we were talking just because we're coming fresh off the press here when you and I talked. We were talking about this particular stock, CTRM, and you were like, hey, if it goes down to 180, I would get it and it would have a bounce. And literally, just like you said, and some of the members did tell me, so like this is so, and it's crazy because you do this live with us here, but you do this live in the chat room Monday to Friday. And you do this live with the members. So it's really, it helped me a lot. Yeah.
Today was pretty eventful. So part of the service we provide is the chat room, kind of like a Discord type of a place, but it's built by Benzinga for the members that belong to the chat. So it's hopping all day as far as somebody wanting to a resource, like somebody, just a new person. He started, I forgot his name. He started talking and then he said, oh, my bad. I didn't even introduce myself. I just joined. And he had a question about an iron condor. And I said, let's discuss it tomorrow on AMD. Let's discuss it tomorrow during market hours. And I'll probably join him if I like the iron condor he came up with. Scroll up a little bit. Yeah, Arsh. So that is for somebody. It's like a chat room where you don't have to send emails back and forth. So we're basically in contact 24/7 at your speed. But the busy part is that I share my platform. I share my screens all day live. That's what you're looking at there. We had 278 people today. Yesterday, we had 285 people. Day before that was like in the 70s as well, 270. So I'm not there anymore, and they're still there. So I share my screen live. So what do? We discuss everything. I did this for fast trade setups, and boy, did we nail them today. Roku, straight from the get-go.
They can send you a private. They can send you a private message there, Nic.
Oh yeah, too? Private messages in both places, even in the live room. So Roku, this morning I drew a chart, and it was falling into 85. I said, if I'm an active trader, I would get long, and I drew a bowl. I said I would either get long into this dip support, or wait for it to break out from 86. I'll show you once I take over the screen.
Yeah, and there's also this other
Right.
great resource that, I mean, it's like a starter kit when I
Right.
started
So
trading
what I was
options.
going to say that the resources are live, fast trading, slower, longer discussion trades that have a couple of days on the clock, even slower that have a couple of weeks on the clock, even slower. Somebody today said, I need a position for a 401k plan, and we discussed it in length. And what you're seeing there also, in addition, is these are evergreen videos that apply at any point in time. Like what's a call, what's a put, what's a spread, what's a credit spread, what's a cash settled event, and all of that. And we keep adding to those. Like today, I sent out a video that's not there. What is a difference between a call, not a call, between a vertical spread and a calendar spread and a diagonal spread? Sounds complicated. I said, boy, wouldn't it be great if we use Roku as an example? And I shared a trade setup for the earnings to go up. And I shared the 3 different methods. So what is a vertical spread versus a calendar, I can't see the numbers from here, calendar spread and a diagonal spread. I'll show you a bit later. So I had pictures, and it was I would say maybe 10-minute video.
Right. And the other thing, Nic, is that you also provide, I know this is options, and it's the options inner circle chat room, and you provide education with every single trade throughout the day. You take the time to talk to every person. But you also are a big crypto fan. And I know that you actually talk a lot about crypto with them. You chart crypto, you apply your knowledge on technicals and everything to it, right?
I do. And so far, the strategy has been for somebody who wants crypto moves fast. So there are people in the chat room, in the live room, that trade it minute to minute. I'm not that guy. You can, but I'm not that guy. First of all, I don't know how they're going to tax me, and I'm pretty sure my CPA is probably going to have to study something. So I've been able to profit 30 to 40% from just pure simple logic, and the logic stands where I think it's going to 20, but I'm bullish. So I'm trading it. I'm buying the dips and fading the rips, knowing that it's going to go back to 20 maybe. And can I steal the screen? Are you done sharing stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Every time I say it's going to 20, people freak out. Oh, this jerk. No, not a jerk. It's kind of like cutting your hair to grow it. That's not what I'm doing. But so this is crypto. This is Bitcoin, based on one of the companies. So I use Bitcoin as a gauge to trade everything crypto, because they kind of move in the same direction. Some outperform a little bit, but if Bitcoin's crashing, most other cryptos are under pressure. So I use it to determine whether I want to trade, Ethereum, Cardano, Solana. All of these are viable trade opportunities. Even the ones that do a meta, like, what is it called? Zilliqa or something like that. ZIL is the coin for that supports a token, I think it was called. So have a thesis as to why you want to trade the coin. Even Doge, people make fun of it. Okay, it's making money. So I use Bitcoin to gauge the entries and exits. So I saw it needed to hold a level, and it failed right where my cursor is. So at 46,000, it tried to recover it several times. It failed. The best time was 48, and not too long ago, late March, and that failed. So I said, one of these days, they either bounce another time here, or they're gonna let loose. And this looks like a head and shoulders. Not a big deal, but the fact that they took an extra 2,000-3,000 here is going to cause them this neckline, I think. So if the head and shoulders stopped here, the downside would not have necessarily poked through this, but having this extra juice here may make the downside of this head and shoulders poke through this. And if you poke through this, you're probably going down to 25.
Right. And now let's talk about some of the trades that happened in the live trading room, some of these option trades that were happening there.
Okay, so today the biggest win was Roku. I'll show you. It was so exciting to track something. Let me move these out of the way. Those I used in the video, and I showed them this in a second. Hold on. So this was Roku early in the day. This is what they were watching. They were actually watching my screen. There were no drawings there. This is what Roku was like, right? So then I said, okay, so now we have a range. Remember this morning, markets opened strong and then they faded. The VIX went green to like 2.5%, and then boom, they took it out, right? So right here, I said, I drew this white cup, you can see it. And I also drew this white line and target of here. I said, whether you buy the dip or wait to buy the rip, you have this much upside if you're that fast. I said, if indeed you get to here and you take that out, you have this upside. And look what happened. They dipped, they took that out, and then they filled it. So later in the day, I kept updating it. Later in the day, I said, it's vulnerable to dip. But going into earnings, it's probably not going to dip much, but it is vulnerable. And then I said, if they take out the top before the bell rings, they might pop a little bit. And somewhere in here, I shared a whole video about how to go long, actually here, on how to go long Roku into the earnings. And I shared a lesson on how to do it via this guy right here, which is a straight up debit call spread.
Really quick, and I just want to let the folks know here. When I say that, like, Nic provides education, which he does that not just in lessons and videos that he sends you to the chat members, but also literally on every single trade. You will never hear from Nic, hey, buy here, sell here. He's always going to give you a full backdrop, macro, micro. He's always very detailed with this, guys.
So here, the point of this was to illustrate, to tell the people what I wouldn't do. So here's my message. I said, here's message number one. Regardless of what you guess on the movement for Roku's earnings reaction, I said, what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't buy options for 429, which is tomorrow. For the simple reason, that column right there. So this is, I'm showing the 429 expiration, which is this one, has 1 day. It opens tomorrow in 8 hours of trading. And then I show the May contract. So this is an options chain, two of them, one showing 1 day and one showing 3 weeks. So what's the difference? This column makes a huge difference. What does that mean? This is basically, it's called the implied volatility. They call it the IV, implied volatility. So it's basically how nervous are markets today about this option. They're 3 times more nervous than normal. Look how much lower it is out in time. And this is also elevated. If you go out in time, you'll find it even lower than this. So what does that mean? If I buy a call or if I buy a put, whatever I buy, anything on this page up here, not down here, anything up here that expires in 1 day is 2.5 times, air math here, more expensive than it should be. So under normal circumstances, this should be like $2 max with 1 day to go. It's not because of the earnings, right? So I said, what I wouldn't do, I explained that difference, is buy these. And unless you're doing a spread, because the spread negates the fact that it's expensive, because the spread involves buying one thing and selling one thing. I still wouldn't do it for that week. Why? Because the spread is going to cost the same, whether I do it for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, it's going to cost about the same. So why not get more time on the clock for the same kind of money? It's like buying a lottery ticket and say the guy asks you, do you want it for Saturday? It costs the same for Wednesday also. You say, no, I just want one Saturday. No.
Hey, Nic, really quick here. I don't know if you want to take a look at Apple. It looks like it's tanking on earnings.
Tanking? How did that happen? What did they say? They let the CFO say anything?
I don't know what's happening. It popped and then but it lost it all.
Okay, so here were my comments about Apple based on the open interest. TradyTix is a tool. It said bullish. I said, maybe not. I said 160 is support. That's where it's approaching. Those are my comments. Downside pressure, to 162.5. That was my comment. Here it goes, downside pressure to huge battle over 165. Makes me think it could be sticky tomorrow, 165. Those are my comments. So basically, I don't think it's easy to break through 165 tomorrow. We'll see if they can do it. They tried, it went to 170. And then I said 165, 167 and a half is resistance and stronger at 170. So they stalled at 167 and a half. Look, that's 167 and a half. And this is 170. I posted these with 20 minutes to go in the earnings today, like here at this point in time, not after the fact. But the fact that I pointed out resistance at 167 and a half and look at the cluster and at 170. So it tells me that my read of the open interest of the options flow today was correct. Not many people can do this. You can do this, but you need to watch options a lot, or you need to be in my group because I posted everything, including tomorrow's Chevron and Exxon. So
and we haven't even talked about that. I mean, Mary Trades made like 600% on Netflix puts. I mean, and this is really why earnings are so exciting, because with Nic, not only are you trading earnings, you're trading Fed meetings, you're trading day to day, you're trading, even if you're busy, you run a company or you have a job, he has long-term trades for you.
This is today. I just took this today. 269 people at one point in time. Here they are. And here are some of the comments. I posted this for a second. I can't remember. Market maker Nick, what are your predictions on the SPY? Okay. FCC. So I posted this for a reason. I can't remember what it was. Okay. So Teladoc, right? Disaster du jour. I said, what the hell? I'm going to buy a 60-cent call in Teladoc for next week. Within an hour, within 40 minutes, it was up 120%. So this person here, a whole bunch of people joined me and we were laughing our butts off. And this person said, Teladoc bought, and he was up, KG was up 80%. And that was just today. And it was just a silly little prognostication based on the body language of the stock. So I thought even the crap stock, Teladoc. So the discussion with Teladoc came up because somebody wanted it in his IRA account. So I said, as long as you realize the risk involved in a company like this, the business is good as a business idea, but there's something going on. They bought something, they wrote it down, people are misunderstanding the accounting of it. So there is an opportunity that, hey, maybe people are completely mistaken and overreacting. So I don't mind it as long as you know that it's a gamble. And it's back to its IPO days, I think. IPO levels. Yep. This is like IPO era and then big battle, and now it's back into it. So he's not wrong to want to add some. I said, hopefully you're not adding to your position. You're just initiating a position. So yeah, I don't have any. And I think Sashi actually. And it's a long dated bet and not all in. So if I wanted to own 100 shares, I would only start with a smaller position first. This way I can leave room. I said a 50% drop in a stock, 40% ended up, is not normally a one-day event. Look at Netflix. There's just too many margin calls that kick in. There's no way. So the way margin calls work, when you buy shares, most people borrow money. They put up half the money and they borrow the other half. So the collateral is the stock. So when the stock drops in half, suddenly your collateral is useless. You need more. So they say, oh, you got a margin call to keep the balance. So you got to sell stuff to cover stuff. That's what the margin call thing, where it's going to be more than one day. But nevertheless, I bought a call. It cost me 60 cents and then it popped. So then I had another lesson. What do you do when you get fast profits like this if you do not want to book them? I said, I could have sold a call above it and got paid more than what I paid. So I would have, in fact, owned a debit call spread for next week where I got paid to get into it. So it's a credit debit call spread that I cannot lose money. So I shared that. I don't know how many people did that. And then I said, okay, just like Roku, because I bought it and then it rallied in my favor, I can sell something for tomorrow and have it die and recoup all of my cost and be completely free long Teladoc for a week. So there were ways to do profits today that were incredible, and not to mention the Tesla and Amazon trades. So I had at least 6 people short Tesla and Amazon in and out today. So my job was to keep somebody from making a mistake and being too stubborn with it. And I was plotting and charting, trying to tell them where the mistakes can be and what's the upside potential. And Tesla, I said, I would not be short here. That's not the Tesla. So I said down here, I would not be short above this line. And I'm hoping they exit it. Somebody said, well, it looks like, where do you think the resistances are? And the somebody that asked, they weren't in the live room, they were in the chat room. So I knew they weren't watching my screen. So I made it a point to come back and say, watch out. And I said, resistance, resistance, resistance. And they said, well, it looks like solid resistance at 875. I was like, I wouldn't say that. It's just one spot. I think they were banking on this. And they did consolidate there, but then they took it out. So if you didn't know charts and you're actively trading Tesla, then you're at a disadvantage. And now that I'm looking at it, this looks like a head and shoulders or the downside. So by tomorrow morning, it could come down to here and it wouldn't change anything. I said, I wouldn't short Tesla down here. It was down 8%. Nobody can tell me why. 8%, I think, 8 to 9%. Tesla. Nobody can tell me why. It's probably some bullshit reason with Twitter, financing of Twitter. There's no way Musk is going to risk his baby to save a dog, is how I put it. Tesla is his baby. He would be an idiot to risk the financial success of his company in order to buy a stinking Twitter. So anyway, I thought it was a buy to dip moment. I bought a small debit call spread out in time, so I don't have to pick a fight with it. But I definitely said I wouldn't short it, and hopefully they stopped out.
Right. So basically, so you go over live trades with people, you trade Fed meetings, you trade earnings, you trade all these things, earnings, all that stuff with them. But you also provide trades for people that maybe have a full-time job or are busy running a company and they need trades that are a little bit, you call them slowpoke. I call it the CEO trade, really. These are busy people, but they still want their money to work. So where would they find those trades? How does that work? Is it part of everything?
So I have different speeds of trades. Like I said, somebody wanted to trade Tesla. I said, yeah, you can fight. You can buy a call and see where it goes. You make a lot of money, but then you're at the mercy of the market going in your way. You need something to happen in order to win. I prefer to set trades that require nothing. So, for example, Tesla selling a put spread at a safe distance, collecting a 20 to 25% reward on my risk, and not need anything. In fact, a position that I shared recently got under fire today, but within minutes, it had recovered. So if I buy a call and then the stock falls hard and time is short, there's almost no way I can recover my money unless, a phenomenal recovery in the stock, which rarely happens in time. If I buy shares, okay, I can sit on them forever. Suboptimal though, right? But if I sell a put spread, or if I sell a put, if I can own shares, all I need is just stabilization. I don't need a rally. I just need it to stabilize. And if it falls, all I need is a little poke up, and I'm usually okay. Sometimes they lose too, but the odds are in their favor. So I would set up sometimes the good thing to do, the right thing to do is nothing. So I would sell an iron condor. For example, I believe United Airlines, I hesitantly shared it because, it's an airline, but nevertheless, I said, okay, we'll do an iron condor. I wanted to short it outright. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to pick a fight. So I sold the call spread at 60 and sold the put spread, I want to say at 42 or 43. And I collected, if I win, if the stock stays between these two values through next week, I would stand to gain, I think, 24% on my risk. So I risked X dollars. The reward is 24%. That would be the equivalent of you saying, okay, I want to buy a stock that has an 85% chance of rallying 20% or 24% in the next 10 days. Very hard to do. But when you're selling risk, it's easier to do because it's easier to find where a stock is not likely to go versus where it needs to go in order to make me money. So my setups are only one scenario can blow me out. And in this case, I've hedged my bet. If it rallies a little bit, I'm okay. If it falls a little bit, I'm okay. So those are appropriate sometimes. I don't do these into earnings because you never know. Whoever did an iron condor into Netflix, let me rephrase, not one iron condor survived on the planet Earth from earnings reaction in Netflix, nor will they in Amazon tomorrow. Anybody that did an iron condor on Amazon tomorrow lost. They lost. So I did one, but it's not going to cost me anything. It's going to cost me 50 cents because I collected a whole bunch as a credit put spread thinking it was going to hold a certain level. And I collected a whole bunch to be a short. So I almost sold a straddle, but I didn't. So I basically sold a very, 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 very tight iron condor. So I'm risking a tiny bit and win a big if I nailed it, and I didn't nail it. So be it. But I didn't share it with anyone. That was my own pick a fight with Amazon. We'll see where it plays out tomorrow. What else? So there's a little bit of everything as far as speed. I've shared, like tomorrow, I may share a trade on Intel. Now talk about a snoozer story. Intel is a stock that if you look at it, this is a weekly chart. The easy statement there, every time it comes down below 45, 44, it's a place to get long. Every time it rallies, but every time since 2017. So if the stock markets don't crash, I expect that to happen again. Right now it's at 45 after hours. It's down 3 or 4%. So if it opens down, I may share a setup where, okay, so I can sell a put spread. If I want it to be a slow book, I can sell puts to own shares. Totally viable. It's a good company, very cheap. I can buy a call, least favorite, but doable if I leave time on the clock. I buy a call spread, second least favorite, better than buying call naked. I can do a combination of any of those. So I can sell a put spread, collect some money, buy a call spread, spend some money, and wait for a rally. If the rally doesn't come, I don't lose a lot. If the rally comes, I'm winning a lot. So that would be a valid way of catching the falling knife after the fact. I'm already long Roku based on what I shared via video. Tomorrow, I may have capped my winnings. I needed Roku at 93, 94. Actually, 94, 95 would be okay. Right now, it is what? It fell back down? That's crazy. Yeah, look at how active it was. First, it goes to 1 million, and then it goes to 0. What is this? What is this? That is garbage. Something is going on. This is the second time I see this in this season, earnings season. Just be careful both ways. The market makers are planning something big. Just be careful. Anyway, so look at how violent this is. So tomorrow, maybe I make money because I'm long at 90, but I'm short at 93 tomorrow. So the one I'm short will die quickly. And it was like $5. So I'm going to make $5, $500 per contract at the open if it opens here. And the one out there will lose a little bit, but I don't think it loses $5. So I should make money tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. If it opens up here, I make money, but I'm capped. If it opens up here, perfect. So anywhere between 93 and 95, I should be fat and happy. Okay. So plenty of setups for all different styles. The first thing you need to do is be honest with yourself. Today, somebody in the live room was honest. He said, every time I take a fast trade, I mess it up. And I'm almost foolproof with the slower ones. So that's easy. Stop taking fast trades.
Well, here's the thing, Nick, also, because when you start trading options, like, for example, when I started, because of what's out there, I guess, there's a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of TikTok kids, all that, stuff. You just start and all you know is how to buy a call and buy a put, and you barely know how it works. And all you know is that it goes up if the stock goes up, but sometimes that's not how it works. And and then until later, right? Because that's my experience, man. Because my experience, and I've talked to thousands of traders here, and they all have the same opinion. They all started, trading calls and puts, and blew up their account. They were big one day, they were down big the other day. Zero consistency, and that's what's killing today's new option traders. But with this strategy, that's not the case. It's not. It's different, right? The risk is different, right?
The risk is definitely different. So it is a calculated risk. I'm trying to find what's that $70. I have to go back and look at the options. So the difference between selling spreads is being more humble with your assumptions. So it's not exciting to where it's not a 10 bagger, so to speak. We get those every once in a while. Like today, we hit it with Teladoc and Roku, 2 big wins today. Also, the SPY and QQQ, I tracked them pretty well. I mean, the lines were so accurate, it's eerie. And if I'm not in the room with myself, and if I didn't have witnesses, I would call me a liar too. But it was eerily accurate. So like this right there. I was tracking lines and I saw, okay, I said, the S&P is vulnerable. I believe it may have been a 30-second chart. Shows it better. The S&P was vulnerable to do this. This is what I said from up here. I said, however, if it makes a new high, I would get out because it's probably going, and I put a target way up there. And I said, no, wait, let me revise it. I had started this from down here. I said, let me revise it because somebody may argue that they actually started here. So I revised this arrow from up here down to here. I kid you not, before the actual rally happened. And then they broke out into a new high and they went to this arrow and then they fell apart. So I said, okay, if time was not running out, this would be the scenario. You dip, they buy the dip and they go. Well, they dipped and they were buying the dip and then the earnings came out and Amazon pooped all over it. But look at where they're at. So we're watching the right levels. If you need guidance on faster setups, you're going to get tons of it. But guess what? This applies to any time frame. You see this 30S? This is a 30-second tick. So every bar is 30 seconds. Most people don't have that. But it doesn't matter. The same concept applies to minute, 5 minutes, daily, weekly. It's the same concept. I can't show you a daily here because it would be super busy.
And just to show them, because here's the thing, you look at, large cap, mid cap and all that stuff, Nick, but you also look at small caps. Like you were looking at CTRM yesterday. You made a live call on it.
Here's Upstart. We've traded it 3 times perfectly. Not many people have done that. CTRM, you asked me about CTRM.
So basically, guys, this is what happened. Okay, so just like it is in the chat room where it's like you can talk with Nick and chat with him all day, it's like this. It's like this webinar style. But I asked Nick to look at the stock. He's only looking at it from the technical basis. Keep in mind. So
I don't know anything. I know nothing about the CTRM thing, right? So all I know is that it reminds me of rig, and I don't like rig. If you don't know what that thing is, just Google it somewhere. It's gone. It's no longer in existence. So my comment, if I remember correctly, if the bulls can maintain a positive trend, so higher lows, you want to continue progress. You don't want them to lose progress. So this is not me lining up, touching 2 lines. No, this is behavior, progress. So what happens? They buy dips. So is this a dip they're buying? And if so, then this is the likely trajectory. They're going to buy the dip, fail one more time, buy the dip, and then fight this guy. Either they break out here or here, but if they do, they're going to 3 or 340. So I don't know anything about this stock. Job 1, see how deep they go. So this is a 2-hour chart. So I usually look at it from a different perspective, same thing. Now we're looking at 30 minutes to see if I can pick up on different patterns. Okay, so now there's another pattern here you should be aware of on a 30-minute chart. You want to be humble or be aware that, hey, maybe on this chart, the bears are in charge with a descending channel. So you want them to take this out and not lose. So you want this to fail first, then this. So this is now the same trend that I wanted to hold. Now I have a little bit more granular information about it. So this is a small cap, tiny micro cap, actually, not even small cap. Market capitalization is 183 million. That's small potatoes compared to what we do usually, but it doesn't mean we can't help.
Right.
So,
and you can dig into, so you can look at all these patterns and all these, you can see things that some of these folks can't see.
I try to look at it from many different angles. Most people are stuck in looking at some people have never changed the time frame on their charts, and that's fine. If you don't have time to review your charts or do homework on your charts, or you don't have confidence in your skills, maybe you have the skills, or maybe you don't have the skills and you don't have time to learn, totally fine. This is where you join somebody. So for a modest fee, you can be part of my group, and guess what? You get a handsome carrying case with that thing. No, Sundays, 2 hours, 2.5 hours of homework, me for you on demand. So Friday, I'll send you a form. You tell me what tickers you want to see. I usually get about 150 tickers, give or take 20. And what do? I spend my Saturday evening doing homework. I'll put it in a nice table, all of them alphabetically sorted with links and comments and potential trade setups. And Sunday, we will all get together. I'll have a session like this. I'll share my screen like this. I'll go through all of them that you guys have asked for and explain myself. I record it and I send it out to whoever cannot see it live. It's Sunday morning. It's 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Pacific, where I live. And so you have it for the whole week, and it's clickable, and it's on Google Sheets. It's available from any browser.
Well, and the other thing here, Nick, is that yes, it's an options chat room, right? You cover crypto too, but this stock, I was only buying the stock, and I told you I was like kind of pacing in. So just because you gave me that level when we were doing this like 2 days ago, and I added on that level, so it can help you even if you're not trading options. That's what I'm saying. Even education wise.
So right? We have people that are not trading options that are doing equities. For some reason, I have more girls doing that than boys. And they're pretty successful. Like 2 or 3 times today, they came in, I'm short this and I'm short that, and I'm long this and I'm long that. So you can do anything with equities or options. The chart is a chart. How you trade it, it's on you. Somebody just today asked me something about trading options on the futures contracts. That's pretty rare. And I was like, are you trading that stuff? Yep. How liquid are they? Very good. That's somebody that knows what they're doing. So some people trade the futures. Some people trade the combination of anything. If I had my choice, I would do nothing but futures contract, trade 3 or 4 times a day, about 5 minutes a day, and be gone. But I spend my day plastered to my chair, my lovely Amazon $97 chair, gamer's chair, because I enjoy spending time with 200 and almost 300 people, actually more, 280 people watching my screen, and hundreds more in the chat room, like a Discord type of a place, not watching my screen because they have jobs and they can't be there. They can be on their chat via phone or something, but they can't actually have the screen time with me. Either way, they have my attention. So if you want attention, you got it. 24/7 via two-way chat, available to you at any time from anything. 8 or 9 hours a day, from the market pre-open to market pre-close, post-close, especially during earnings season. I left them to come here. Actually, I left them to go walk my poor sick dog and come here. Well, he can't walk anymore, poor guy. So if you need help doing charts and options, even equities, I think you can benefit tremendously from being in our group. It's not all from me. I'm basically trying to focus the efforts. I have a lot of expertise to share. I have a lot of aha moments to share that have changed my life. You can't believe how easy those things are to go, what? No, it can't be that easy. Little things, little aha moments in options that are crazy easy, and some in actual charts. I mentioned reading the tea leaves in the options, open interest, volume, and all of that. I'm learning new tricks all the time. And the more I learn and the more I share, the more confidence other people have in that data, and the more they start doing that themselves. So when you hear things like on CNBC saying they are buying the $42 put in Intel, so the insinuation, they're telling you basically go buy that put, but in the same show, people tell you most options expire worthless, right? So they just told you that, and then minutes earlier they told you go buy most options. If there's a huge pile of puts at 42, and then they tell you most of them die worthless, they just told you where most live, so you go buy that most, they profit off of you because they're selling theirs to you. So you have to be smarter than this. You have to learn other tricks that are not on TV. I think you can learn them here. Some people are sharing some things to me, like I'm asking questions and people come to me with the answers. Like 2 or 3 people, I was wondering what's going on with Amazon. 2 or 3 people came in because the discrepancy in the net income was huge. It was like, there must be like a one-time thing. It turns out that it was Rivian. You know, I think they're up to like a 28% owner of Rivian, Amazon, in case you didn't know. But Rivian stock dropped considerably, so they have to make an accounting adjustment for it. Don't know what they call it. Maybe a goodwill write-off or something like that.
Right.
In other words, they need to tell the authorities that, hey, we just had a huge loss, because I'm pretty sure they had to account for it as a positive thing if they got in at a certain price.
Hey, Nick,
Rivian got
really,
shellacked.
really quick here, man. I'm getting a lot of emails here and questions in the chat on the chat room. So I'm just gonna knock this out really quick here.
Go ahead.
Robert in the YouTube chat is asking, how do we sign up? I posted the link in the chat on the YouTube side, also on the Zoom. But again, these are questions that you guys are emailing me. So I'm just gonna answer them all here. Just, save us time. So does Nic Chahine go over member trade ideas? Yes, he does that throughout the whole day. Are the sessions on Sundays, are those recorded? Yes, they're recorded and they're posted right away in the same chat room, available for the Inner Circle folks. Are the Monday to Friday sessions live? Yes, those are all live. Does everybody that joined get a free laptop? Yes, everybody that does join tonight until midnight, of course, and you have to see a laptop on the checkout, will get a laptop included for free. Someone's asking, Joe, good question here. Can this help me if I trade crypto, commodities, forex, or just equities? Yeah, we went over a couple examples of that actually. So yes, the answer is yes there, Joe. Good one. Is this for new traders or just for advanced traders? So interesting. Well, actually, we have a lot of new traders and we have advanced traders as well. The good thing is that you see the advanced traders helping the new traders, because it's just that type of community. It's that type of community. We all help each other out. Nic Chahine's a great leader, great mentor. He's helped some people there. Great. So it's for all those types of folks. So good question there, Maritza. Next question here, folks. What is the schedule of the chat room? So that's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. And Sundays, you meet from 10 a.m. Eastern till about noon with Nick on Sundays again, right? So that's the schedule of the chat room. Is there a money back guarantee? Yes, there's a 7-day money back guarantee. Good question. And last question here from Patrick. What is the price at renewal? The price at renewal will be the same one as today. It will not go up to the full price of 6,000. You'll still have that 70% off. And that, keep in mind, this is only valid till now, because we might have to cap the group at one point. We're not there right now, but this is just valid, until midnight. Just FYI.
Okay, so did I mute myself? Yeah, okay. So here's a question from current chat. I just saw it. Can I explain why is Apple going down now when it posted record earnings on all facets? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, very easy. I can definitely explain it. Listen, take notes. It's almost never about the report. I can say this till I'm blue in the face. I promise you, I have people in my group that have been with me for 8 or 9 years, and they still don't believe it. They nod yes, but I know they don't believe it. Today, I corrected 2 or 3 people. saying that. They say, what if they tell me what's going to happen if tomorrow if today they report good earnings? I was like, oh, so disappointing to hear that. It doesn't matter. You want proof? I'll give you 3 things. Okay, you decide. 1, that you see Apple falling out of bed on great earnings, right? Okay, 2, Robinhood last time they delivered the absolute worst case scenario report, they rallied 25%. I'm going to give you 4 proofs. 3rd, Facebook, yesterday's report was not good. It was not good. The slowest growth, I think, ever, and barely grew single digits, I think. So it was not good. Yet it rallied. Why? Because the expectations were so bad that it came better than what people imagine. Not estimates. Forget the estimates. The estimates is somebody's opinion who may be crazy for all we know. I don't know. It's what people are this is about human reaction. You want other proof? Proof positive? Absolutely proof positive. This thing. Okay, so this is the statistics on Apple's moves before today. 1 green reaction, 4 red reactions. Okay, when was it the last time Apple delivered a bad report? I don't remember one. It must have been like 10 years ago. So why aren't all of these green? So the question is, why are we still asking the question? Why are we still expecting, what are they going to say? No, the question is, what are they going to do with the information? The traders, not what Apple is going to say. Apple could give you the P&L last night, and you wouldn't know what to do with the chart, with the stock. The CEO cannot tell you what the stock is going to do, and they know the report, and they know the answers that they would give the reporters. So if it's about report results, these, at least they'll be 50-50. It's not even 50-50. It's 1 up, 5 downs. And now it's 1 up, 5 downs. Because those are 4 negative reactions back to 2021, 1 green reaction. And this is red. You're telling me this is red. Yeah, it's 156 right now. So this is your answer to that. Stop asking. Stop expecting the reaction in the stock the next day, only the next day. Now, going forward, it matters that they reported well. The next day, or the knee-jerk reaction to the actual numbers, it's not the quality of the numbers. It's something else. And it has to do a lot with feelings. So I expected a disaster from Netflix. How many people were like me? Apparently not many. Okay. I expected that people are expecting terrible things from Facebook. So I said up. It happened up because I'm playing human emotions, not results. So people were expecting an absolute disaster. So I said, now in Amazon today, I went in, I was like, I don't know. I don't know. First of all, the stock was up 5% going into the report. That's never good. Second of all, I looked at the options and they told both stories. So I said, I don't have any clues. I'm afraid of it. But I said, my saving grace is that they ditch Amazon and roll into something else. And I thought they would roll into Apple, but now Apple's down. I said, okay, maybe they roll into Facebook. Is Facebook down too after hours? So at least they have Roku now. Facebook, anyone down after hours? It's down after. So let's hope they roll into the small caps, something, so that my concern is the macroeconomic conditions. Check that, not the macroeconomic conditions. I'll show you what my concerns are. Actually, I'll show you. You've heard of the NDX, right? The NDX is, so hopefully I answered your question. The NDX is the NASDAQ index. So SPX is the S&P, NDX is the NASDAQ index. All right. So this week, we poked below the last 2 bounces. This bounce right here was World War headline, Ukraine invasion. This here was cornhole speaking, a Bullard, said, oh, we're going to demolish the stock market. We crash and we bounced. We woke up on 2/24, 30 days, a month exactly later, Ukraine war. We bounced immediately. We tested it mid-March. We bounced immediately. Yesterday, we went below it. So I said, we have 1 or 2 more days to erase that. Otherwise, the downside could be 20%, actually 23%. with a lot of support. So I said, I want a bounce, I want rotation, otherwise we're doing this. And this will be painful with a lot of support. So this week, tomorrow, it's very important that we roll into something and we hold the line, because guess what next week's coming? In case you didn't have enough excitement, the Fed decision and the jobs numbers. Now, the saving grace is that yesterday or 2 days ago, I said, if I was the White House, I would cook the books to show terrible economic reports. Today's GDP was negative. I think people were expecting some sort of a positive number. Came out minus 1.6, I think. So that gives the Fed some cover as to, okay, we're not as panicked trying to raise rates, because the White House does not want to go into elections with all the crap we have and a crashing market. So there's going to be cheating involved in order to prop up the market, the stock market. So today was Thursday. I'm trying to find a GDP. Okay, GDP minus 1.4. Last one, plus 6.9. Forecast was plus 1.1. It came out 3-point swing worse, almost 2.5 points. That is a big miss on expectations. Now I have zero confidence in these numbers. I think the government does not know how to do 1 + 1. And this is nothing against one politics, one party over another. It's always been like this. So the jobs numbers, they revise them 200,000-300,000 swing this way and that way. So my gut is that next month or 2 months from now, they will revise that number to be positive. You mark my words on that one. I'm fairly confident that they will revise it up. But that gives the Fed cover to not say bad things next month. So Powell can say if he wants to. He can say if he wants to. It looks like we're doing a great job combating the growth. We hit the economy pretty hard, so we're going to wait a couple of months to see how the inflation grows from here. Mark my words. I'm fed up by the Fed. Absolutely, I'm fed up. As you are. They need to get out of the market already. We don't have a free market. It's all, Kudlow says that all the time from CNBC from, 10 years ago. If he's still alive, and he's probably still saying that. Let the market work. Inflation, so be it. Inflation fixes itself. If things are too expensive, we stop buying things, prices will drop. I guarantee you that. Unless there's a systemic problem, like in Lebanon, my mother lives in Lebanon and the country is broke. So there's hyperinflation. That's different. In the US, okay, so gas is $6.50. Guess what I'm not doing? Driving. I pay $6.50 or $6.75. No, check that. It's probably $7 and change now. And that's at Costco, the cheapest gas around. So people will adjust. And the sellers of those things that are expensive, when people stop buying them, they'll drop the price. They say, "Oh, we can't stick it to the people anymore." So the companies will start taking a little hit, and then the stock market 6 months later will take a little hit because the companies report worse P&Ls than before. So anyway, the macro is important. This scares me. I'm a chart guy and logic guy. This tells me we have a couple of days to pull out of this. Otherwise, we're at a threat of a big disaster. But that's a dip I would buy. We don't have anything broken. This is a self-inflicted wound. Why? Because we rallied like Reddit people out of the pandemic. This was the world perfect. Uh-oh, COVID. Okay, back to perfect. And now we're here. So we haven't even started correcting. So when I say 20% drop, we're still above perfect world before COVID. How is that bad? It's not bad. Here's the chart on a monthly basis. Somebody said, when will the market turn bullish? I was like, is it bearish? I don't see bearish. This is a monthly chart. This is a weekly chart. That's still not bullish, not bearish. It's sideways. Okay, on a daily chart, it's bearish. On a weekly chart, it's not. They're fighting over control for the long-term swing. Check this out. You rally, you breathe, you go sideways for a while, and then you decide what you want to do. You rally, you go sideways, and then you decide what you want to do. So we rallied, we're going sideways in a bigger fashion, and then we decide. Now, the danger is that something like this happens. This is the IWM. They went sideways for a year and then lost it. And now they're like Bitcoin, stuck below the neckline that was the sideways bottom. All these tails are weekly rejection. And then suddenly we close twice inside, and then now we can't get above it. So now prior support becomes forward resistance. So now the QQQ is deciding whether it wants to do the same below this. We'll see. I don't want to depress anybody, but I want to tell you that there's real risk just below here technically. And if we fall apart, have the courage to buy the dip lower. There are two places we can buy it. I can help guide you through this one if you're part of our group. Whoa, that is, oh yeah, my dog. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, my dog is 15 years old. He was a rescue, and he's done that before, where he goes 3 days on his deathbed and then springs out of it. This is his third day. He's doing better, but he's still 15 years old.
That's really good to hear, man. And I want to give a quick shout out here to Zari. Zari, welcome here to the Benzinga Options Inner Circle chat room. Welcome to the family. Let's go. Let's go.
I need one of those.
And make sure, like, to go once you pop into the chat room, go in, say hello, I'm new, so everybody can go ahead and welcome you.
Yeah, I can't chat with you right now, but I will get to you later. So what you do is I'll give you a link. I use it so much. I have it built into a shortcut, I believe. BZ video. Look at that. Oh. How fast can I type? So once you join, click on that link. It'll take you to those videos. Make sure you're logged into your Benzinga account. Did I give that to everybody? I think so. Yeah, I hope the puppy's okay. Yeah. Do not post the video. Okay, never mind. That's a link for members. I didn't think it was going to harm anything. Sorry about that.
And a quick question. So Anand is saying, I'm looking to sign up today. Are the prices in USD? Yeah, everything's in dollars. And also, I want to let you guys know that everybody that does join today will get a special prize courtesy of Rodrigo, but you have to email me to get it. All right. And it has to be done before midnight. Not even Nick knows about this, so don't worry, guys.
I don't know anything, apparently. I wasn't supposed to paste that link. Sorry to confuse things.
Yeah, and it's all good. And guys, there's a lot of questions that are coming in, and we did go over this. So guys, let's just keep some of these questions again for the Q&A on the chat room until the end. Let's try to focus here on the lesson. Nick's doing a great job of showing this. And so you cover different sectors, Nick. You help people, kind of like, I mean, this is the closest someone will ever get to a one-on-one, to be honest.
It is because I'm well caffeinated, as you could tell, drinking Bang, and here's a can of Bang over here, empty, and a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew. I don't think I miss many questions in the live room. I miss questions, but I disclose it immediately. I say whatever scrolled off the window, I missed it because I was typing or answering some other question. So if I missed your question, I'm not ignoring you on purpose. Please let me know so I can re-answer it. So they just repost it. I don't want to be scrolling back up. So if you have a question specific to a specific trade you have, you're going to get an answer. If not from me, from somebody else in there. And we haven't seen much. I mean, there isn't much we haven't seen. Am I saying this right? So we've seen it all. We've been there. We've done that at one point or another. So like this week, somebody got assigned. Somebody was worried about getting assigned. If you don't know what those are probably the scariest moments in an option seller or an option investor. Somebody was asking about getting assigned today. They were worried about it. But I thought they had a specific scenario. I said, what is your position? No, I don't have one. I'm just asking to see how I can be ready. So I explained it. Last week, somebody got assigned for Netflix. They had a put spread in Netflix in the 335, 333.5, and of course, price collapsed. So they got assigned shares. And of course, the first initial, if you've never been assigned shares, you wake up and you've got a margin call, especially on a stock that big, and you get, whoa, you start seeing red. But wait, it was part of a spread, so you can just call and reverse the process, and you're out of it. No, with just the damage you decided to take, the risk you decided to take, and there's no extra risk. So the community is pretty strong. We haven't had many dislocations. A couple people are funnier than others, but everybody shares, and we're getting better at posting entries. Like the proverbial we, like everybody in there. Like even somebody today posted, I don't think I've ever seen them post before, and a few new people, they jump in and they immediately start posting and sharing charts. We have a couple of addition people that are sharing pretty detailed charts. I'm super surprised and super pleased about that. They look at things like I do, and it's another perspective. We have people who this morning shared volume changes, and the morning they said maybe this is the bottom when the stocks, when the indices opened and fell after the open, the VIX went green. I told you. They said maybe this is the end of it because I see changes in the volume. I don't track volume like that, and they did. Their futures, I know this guy trades futures, so I respected his perspective because futures traders don't mess around. They have a system and they never stray. So I knew that I could rely on his comments. So I picked up on that, and I shared a couple of upsides in the SPY and in Roku. It's happening out there. Let's see, scariest thing in, right, well, getting assigned is scary the first couple of times, and after that should be okay. If I sell my option before the expiration, you don't get assigned, right? That's one way to avoid it. Sometimes you get assigned in the middle of the day. It depends. Let me rephrase. If you sell an option, they can exercise on you any point in time. Price does not have to be at or beyond the option sold. That's a misconception. Price does not have to be, the options you sold, it does not have to be in the money. That's one misconception. The buyer of the option has complete control at any point in time. They'd be idiots to do it when the stock is higher and then they give you shares lower, and like, why would you want to do that? They just handed you a win. Also, they can assign you, I think, 2.5 hours after the market closes. So let's say you sold a $100 put and the stock is 105 cents. So you go, yes, I won. And then you go about your business Friday night and you come in on Saturday and you own shares. Like, what happened? That's because an hour later, the guy decided to assign you shares, whether the stock dropped or he spooked himself and he got out, or she got out, and you got assigned shares. And sometimes if you have a small account, your broker will force close your position for you, even after hours. So that's more often than not done in smaller accounts. The way to avoid it, if you want to, for example, if you're doing the SPY or IWM or QQQ, you might want to switch to the SPX and the RUT because they're cash settled and there's no assignment. There's even a smaller one called the XSP, which is flip around the SPX. It's a baby SPX. It's 1/10 of the SPX. It is cash settled. So there's no assignment and it's tiny. It's baby. It's as big as the SPY basically. Also news on options. We are going to have expirations every day now. They tested it with the SPX last Tuesday. I think next month, early next month, it's going to be most indices. I don't know which ones, but they're going to have an expiration every day. That's going to be exciting because those are opportunities for us who know charts. We can make home runs. They call them 0 DTE. So basically options that expire in the same day, 0 days till expiration. So you open a position in the morning, you know your results at night. That's it, you're done. So you sell an iron condor in the morning, you know if you won or lost within 6 hours or 7 hours, and you're done. And we can do it every day. So that should be fun. I could have a chat room just for that. Everyday iron condors. Okay, so somebody just messaging me, time to sell puts in Amazon. Damn straight. Where is it? After hours, Amazon. Down 9%. Not a big deal. What is a big deal is the last earnings report. I did not like the fact that the new CEO, first time out, the best idea is to do a buyback. I don't remember Bezos ever leading with an idea of doing a buyback. He would be doing a buy company, not a buyback. That's the best idea. Put your cash to buy your own stock back. What a waste. Anyway, give it as a dividend will be even better. All right. What do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to do a chart? Do you want to do a definition of options? What do you want? You drive the bus if Rodrigo allows us. Let's go, Peloton. No? All right, so I'll drive the bus.
Hey, what's going on there, Nick? Sorry, I was muted there.
No, I said I was asking the people if they wanted to field one ticker or do they want an options quick blurb on the class, like a definition of what a put and what a call is. I can't see the answers. Are we on YouTube as well? So do we have people there?
So Billy on YouTube says he wants to learn. People here. Angela says no. Well, Dante says no. I mean, you could do a mix of both, I guess.
Okay, we'll do one of each. Give me a ticker. Oh, Palo Alto. AMD. Hey, Ram, what are you doing here? You don't have enough of me during the day? Geez, who told you about this? NVIDIA, okay, Nike, good Lord. Okay, so two NVIDIAs. NVIDIA is leading, AMD and NVIDIA. I can answer both of those. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, caution, AMD. Okay, somebody, I've had this discussion several times in the last couple of weeks. What do you think of AMD? I like the company. I bought my first AMD machine and that will be my last. Very fast, but it has bugs. It's a Ryzen 5900, the Ryzen 9, the most recent Ryzen. So I didn't skimp out, but it's got ghost issues. And anyway, the problem I have is with the stock. So I would avoid the SMH, the XLK, anything that has to do with semiconductors. Not because I subscribe to the meme, because of AMD's stock. So look at this giant technical loss that is at 99.50. You see my cursor right there? Beautiful floor, right? Huge rally. Boeing, penny perfect, almost penny perfect, and then suddenly below it. And now they can't even come close to it. So without a miracle pop to here, this one is going to like 70 or 65. I know you're going to freak out, but it needs to. It needs to fix this area here. And this is another huge head and shoulders. So this could trigger this one, would finally, and it would make a beautiful entry here. So be patient. And here's why I would avoid them. Not because they're crappy companies. They're excellent companies. In fact, it's cheap relative to the growth it provides. It's cheap. But here's the problem. If they are rallying, so is the NASDAQ. So why would I want to take on the semiconductor risk of shortages? If they're going to be rallying, the NASDAQ is going to be rallying. So I would rather risk the NASDAQ than the XLK or SMH or these guys or NVIDIA. So AMD is due for a bounce. And if it does bounce, I would sell it. Use the bounce to book profits fast if you have them, or get out of broken stocks. Like if you had a position and it was under fire and suddenly this gets you close to even, get out. I call it the ABCs of investing when the VIX is high. I'm not kidding. So I think I have an acronym for let's see, ABCs. Look at that. Can you read this? So the ABCs, A, add insurance if you need it on the pops, or book profits faster than normal on the pops, or close broken trades on the pops. That's what I would do. These are the ABCs. You can rearrange them however you want, but that's pretty good modus operandi during such an uncertain time. So that is AMD. So have you ever seen AMD crash and NVIDIA not? So NVIDIA will probably follow AMD. And in fact, NVIDIA is triggering its own head and shoulders. Look, you can draw a line right there. arguably they already lost it. Now it has a couple of things going for it. Mainly, I don't see a deterioration in the internals. So this is, you've heard of it, relative strength index, RSI. The stock is making lower lows. The internals, the RSI is one way of measuring the internal strength of a stock, are not making lower lows. So arguably you'd think the price is mistaken, it's overshooting. And this little green thing, big green M looking thing, it's a harmonic called BAT. I'm not an expert in harmonic, but I'm pretty darn good at how to use them. And I don't draw it, it draws itself automatically, thank God for that. But I know what to do with it. I know that there is a rally that could take it to 250, 260 with a lot of resistance at between 205 and 210, 220. So with patience and a couple of good ticks in the market, this guy can be at 260 in the next month or two. So I have to weigh the pros and cons. But again, this is where I say, if NVIDIA is running to 260, what's the QQQ doing? Probably running as well. So why would I not want to avoid the mess that these two can have in NVIDIA and AMD with that by avoiding it completely? So it's down 3% after hours. Intel is the cheaper one of those two. Did you know that Intel is bigger than AMD and NVIDIA put together twice over? So people forget that this is the beast, Intel. And it's priced cheaper than a bank. No respect. I would own Intel stock for a long time because at a certain point in time, somebody's going to say, what? I didn't know that. Let's buy Intel in size. 9 PE, single digit PE, and that's before the drop. 2 times sales. So it doesn't grow as fast. It's not as exciting technology, but it's still in every machine out there. I will again look for Intel inside, as the tagline used to say. Now, AMD is also reasonably priced. NVIDIA is the expensive one compared to AMD. So Intel 17 PE. NVIDIA 17 PE, 17 price to sales, 50 to almost 50. I almost spoke in Arabic. PE. That's pretty expensive. AMD is somewhere in the middle. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's somewhere in the middle. So know your semis. I would avoid them because of this temporary problem with the rhetoric. Look, single digit price to sales, 33 PE, much cheaper than NVIDIA, and it grows just as fast. So if you look at the income statement, what is happening? The income statement is fast growth. 5 billion, 6.5, 6.7, 9, 16. NVIDIA is similar. Intel, not as much, but respectable, but it's boring. So 79 billion, it's kind of stagnant, very slow growth, single digit growth. But look at 20 billion down here. That's pretty serious money. So that's the long story. How would I trade this? On bad days, I sell risk either into value or below strong support. What does that mean? If AMD is falling to 70, like I said it might, I may sell a put to somebody that wants to get out at 50. I'll be there. Hey, you're scared about your AMD stock? I'll take it from you. I promise you for the next 2 months, I'll buy it at 50 if you want me to. They'll say, thank you, here's some money. That's what happens. They buy insurance from me. They give me money. I collect money to be long AMD or NVIDIA or Intel. And if they decide to give me the shares, I just have to buy the shares and keep the money they gave me. If they decide not to give me the shares, I keep the money. I made money out of thin air. So I'm basically long the stock by selling a put. And the only thing I have to do is make sure that I can afford, and I do want to own those shares at that price. The last time I did it in size for AMD, I've said the story before, forgive me if you've heard it. I sold a $22 put and then another batch of $20 put. Imagine somebody panicked and paid me to buy their shares at 20 during the pandemic. $20. The stock was over 40. They said, if it goes down to 20, will you please buy my shares? Hell yes. They paid me $2,200 for it because I said I'll buy 1,000 shares. And I did it again. couple weeks later for even lower. So the first batch was for October puts during the pandemic. I sold the October puts at 22, collected about $2,200 roughly. If I did 10, stock bounced, the markets went worse, the lockdown got worse. I repeated the trade only for July at 20. So I got shorter in time, lower in price, and I still got over $2. I repeated the trade. So I collected, if I did 10 and 10, I collected like $4,400, $4,500. All I had to do is promise I would buy the shares at 20 bucks, basically break even at around 18, 19 blended. I'll do those trades all the time. So they don't come around often, but similar setups come around as often as you want them to be. So those are the setups I do. For NVIDIA, I would do that. For AMD, I would do that, but I don't think it's ripe right now. But doable. Depends on the portfolio. If I'm not long anything, maybe. I would do half size because of the uncertainties that are in the world. I trust no one right now that's leading the world on any level. Russia, Ukraine, China, right. Arab world, the US, nowhere have I seen reason from anyone. And if I do see reason, it's usually somebody obscure that has no chance of affecting anything anywhere.
Well, that's the thing, Nick. Like, there's a lot of people that maybe are not understanding the markets or having issues. Their P&L is not looking good, and really they're just looking for that guidance for somebody that can really point them in the right direction in the chat room.
The biggest guidance I'm trying to instill is tactical. This is a term that is used by some people you've seen on Twitter, very smart traders. Agnostic. You see them bullish at one time, bearish at one time. They're not Kramer, bye. They're not Santelli. The world is going to hell. They're not the doom gloom whatever guy. So they are tactical. This is what you need to be. What does that mean? You don't invest with passion. You invest based on a tactical situation. I see support, I bet against the support. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, I'm out. I see resistance, I bet against the resistance. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, I'm out. So trading takes precedent to investing. Now, there are situations where you can invest, like the Teladoc drop. That's investable for somebody that knows the company. They research and say, holy crap, I just got a 50% discount. I should consider it. They do more homework. They better bulletproof it. I'm not recommending Teladoc. I'm saying what the guy came to me today. Was it a guy or a girl? I can't remember now. Telling me they want to add it. I said, whatever you do, make sure you have a reason. Not because it just fell. Because you have a reason. Because you did the homework, due diligence, you found out this or that. And even then, take only half, because it's not likely to be a one-day event. A drop this big, it's probably going to carry forward a couple more days. Give it rope. So if you want 100 shares, buy 40 or 60. Don't buy too many, because averaging down is a horrible idea. Absolutely, nobody should do it. Averaging in is a great idea. There's a difference. If you usually take 100 shares, and you decide to take 100 shares, and then the stock drops another 20%, and then you add 100 shares, you just doubled your problem. Instead, if you decide to take 100 shares, you take 50, and you add the second 50, 20% lower, much smarter. You average into a full-size position in 2 pieces or 3 pieces. That's what I did with coins, with Bitcoin. I said I would buy the first drop when it hits 33,000. And hit 33,000, I bought my first batch. I got a 40% yield on it immediately. I didn't book it because that was my 3rd time loading. I said, I'm keeping it. So as soon as I bought the coins that I bought, I staked them immediately for 3% so I don't get tempted. On the next dip down to 28 or 25, I will add my second batch, and I will complete my position when it gets back down to 20,000 Bitcoin. So the same concept. If that person wanted to own 100 shares of Teladoc, maybe they nibble 20 shares now, 30 shares now. They add to them later with more clarity. So average in, not down. Be tactical. Divest emotionally. Like PayPal, I'm flabbergasted. What the is going on? There's a company who's making money hand over fist, and it's trading like Didi, which is delisting itself. Doesn't make sense. Something was wrong. So today somebody's shorting it in the chat room. Oh, sorry, PayPal. Somebody says, I'm betting against PayPal today. I was like, wait, you're shorting PayPal? On what premise? And then they basically said that they're tactically shorting PayPal, the spike. So they're shorting the stock of PayPal, the spike, the price action, not the company. So I was like, okay, so they get it. They're being tactical. They see it running into resistance, so they're shorting the price action, not the actual stock, the fundamentals, because it's bulletproof on paper. I don't get it. What piece of the puzzle are we missing? Now, so growing like crazy, profitable like crazy, doesn't borrow to exist, is a freaking bank itself, super cheap, cheaper than Apple in absolute terms. So we're missing a piece of the puzzle, right? So those discussions, being tactical is a super important nuance that most people just, nope, they're still investing the same way as they would any other time. We have never had these conditions before. What are these conditions? A fake economy. Why do I mean fake? There's so much money. That's why we have inflations. The Fed created this, and I can't believe they're not saying it outright. How long have they been telling us transitory, right? And making us feel like idiots. It's transitory. It's transitory. And we're like, what? You know, milk is this high. What they meant is the rise rate. So the ramp, the increase in inflation was transitory, not the levels. They didn't mean that inflation is going to go back down. The increase was going to die. So then two meetings ago, he says, let's retire that word. How about saying, sorry, we were wrong. Let's retire that word. Nope, let's retire that word. Kind of like, okay, we're done now. We were right all along. No, you were wrong all along. And now you're telling us you're going to get. So they spent 2 years reflating the economy by spending trillions. So basically the economy went to the doctor and they said, doctor, help me out. Here's medicine. No, I'm good. I'm feeling much better. No, take more medicine. And then when the guy is hopped up on something, now you're going to give him poison to bring him back down. Crazy. Let it burn off. We have a lot of money in the economy. We have record reserves. Banks have more cash than they can handle, so they don't need to borrow. So the borrowing rate is probably not going to drop. And you want to talk yield curve on CNBC? I don't watch it, but somebody came in and told me the yield curve is inverted. I said, which yield curve? They usually they track the tens to twos, as they call it. If you listen to Rick Santelli, he usually says the tens to twos is inverting or flattening or steepening. Steepening is good, which means short-term rates are lower than long-term rates. That's the normal curve, because banks lend long-term, but they borrow short-term. But comparing the 2-year to the 10-year is wrong. The banks don't borrow at the 2-year. They borrow much shorter. They borrow overnight lending rate. That's the Fed rate. So Tony Dwyer, I read an article where he argues for not tracking the 2s to 10s, but the 3 months to the 5-year. So US 03M minus. So US 05 year minus. That's the one. Okay, so this is the 3 months, the 5-year minus the 3 months. So this takes the 5-year yield minus the 3-month yield, and it's rising. So the curve is steepening, which incentivizes banks to lend more, because the long-term rate, the 5-year, is much bigger and growing in relation to the 3 months. So when you compare the 2-year to the 10-year, it's going down the other way, and they usually go together. And Tony Dwyer's point is we're tracking the wrong one, and I think he's right. I'm not an expert economist, but logically it makes sense, because he says the 3 months is closer to reality. 30 days, sorry, not 3 months, 30 days. I may have picked up the wrong one there, but trust me, that's what the chart looks like. The short-term rates versus the 5-year yield is the curve is healthy. It's fine. So banks will continue to lend. So basically the Fed's going to fail in slowing down the economy, but the GDP is negative, which supports my suspicions that the government is cooking the books. Sorry, government, but you're probably cooking the books on purpose or not. I don't know. What about oil? Okay. Tomorrow we'll find out what about oil. I'm short Oxy, disclosure. This is my second round of shorting Oxy. The first one made me good profits. So I bought a put for August on Oxy. What does that mean? I bought an option contract that's bearish. I don't own Oxy shares. So if I buy a put in a stock where I don't own shares, the only way I can make money is by the stock falling. So puts themselves are not bearish. What I do with the put is bearish. If I had shares of Oxy and I bought a put, I'm bullish. Otherwise, I would sell my shares, but I want to buy some puts to protect my shares. Then I would be positive. But I bought puts and I don't own shares. So I owned puts in this drop. 3 or 4 days ago, I said, I think on that day, I said, I'm tempted to get fancy and sell puts against them and trying to keep them. So I said, you know what? I think there's a bounce. And when it bounces, I'm going to reshort it. So I closed my put. So I basically cleared 35% profit on my put, maybe 28 to 35. I can't remember the number. And then the next day it bounced. So true to my statement, I said, I'm going to reshort. So I reshorted with shorted June contract versus August. And I rebought, I think the June $50. But so now I'm short Oxy again by owning a put. That put is a little bit red today because I think Oxy jumped up. But overall, the two trades are still fine. Yeah, I'm down 30 cents on my purchase, and but I'm staying short. Why? I don't buy the shortage of oil. The scenario is contrived. I don't believe the government will let oil go much higher. So at what point are they going to act when the West Coast is paying $10 a gallon? What is that? $130 oil? Where would they say, you know what? Yeah, I know we promised in the elections that we're going to shut down the oil industry in the US. Maybe we need to reopen the pump a little bit and, reach into the freezer and get some meat out of the freezer instead of going to beg and steal from enemies of ours to give us oil. So I think that the oil is a policy problem. Let me rephrase. Policy changes can fix the problem. So if the problem becomes so huge, luckily the government has resources to just erase the problem altogether with one decision. You just erase the problem altogether. So we'll see. Negative GDP, out of control oil prices, two problems. They cannot both exist at the same time. That's my opinion. So the least I can do is not chase oil. Tomorrow morning, Chevron and Exxon report, right? Both together are 40% of the XLE, which is the energy ETF. It doesn't track oil, but it does move with oil because these are companies. 44% are two companies, and the rest are like Schlumberger, I think, or maybe Oxy's in there too.
Hey, Nick, and maybe after this, we can also look at you can pull up the futures there. Looks like the NASDAQ is taking a hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's taking a hit because of huge drops in, we had offsetting. Apple rallied to offset Amazon, but now everything is down. And even Roku, I think, was down also last time I checked. It was up, down. I'm puzzled that Roku dropped to 70 something. That is somebody should look into that. It might be a fat finger or something, but I want to see if actually something happened there. Maybe there might be a hidden gem trade there. What else? So you're on the other side. Okay, so MG Martin is, so you sold me the put? Is that what you're saying on Oxy? Or did you buy a call? If you sold me the put, I'm fine. That's pretty smart. But if you bought a call, that's what I wouldn't do. Oh, you bought a call. Okay, so I wouldn't. Even if it could win, I wouldn't. And if you do win, make sure to lock your profits. Don't just hope. So you're basically on Team Buffett, not Team Icon. I'm on Team Icon. So Buffett says to be greedy when other people are fearful, to be fearful when other people are greedy. He's being greedy. There is no way, unless there's something behind the scenes, Oxy deserves to be up here. That's, I don't know a lot about the company, but the little I know, the fact that they outbid Chevron and Exxon to buy Anadarko was mind-blowing. I couldn't believe it. And at one point, the market cap of both combined companies became less than what they paid for the company they bought during the pandemic. That is a shocking revelation. So I don't know how she still has her job, but anyway, maybe she pulls off a miracle. So, okay, so I don't know how much of this is an Anadarko pull, but it does have a significant income. I don't know if we can count. There's some shenanigans with accounting that go both ways because they purchased something, and I don't know. So minus 1 billion, plus 1 billion, plus 4, minus 650, minus 13 billion. That's the 2020. So we'll give them a complete pass on that one. Plus 2.8, minus 8, mess. So how do you get a clean look on this one? You must need the insiders. 2 times sales, 36 PE. Is it? I don't know. So it's a mess. I wouldn't chase it. And if I do chase it, I trade it. I don't invest in it. So I'm the guy that said buy Chevron and Exxon during the pandemic. I was the one I said Exxon pays you 9% during the pandemic. Chevron at the time paid 6 or 7. I said, this is the best way for you to get some fixed income on the cheap. Up here, somebody that buys Chevron is probably going to get 3%.
No, and that's great that you actually do that with all the folks there. But so yeah, I mean, look, we have a ton of viewers there on the YouTube side. A lot of these guys are emailing me, and just want to go over these questions really quick here, Nick, about the chat room, because it's going to help me kind of make sure I tackle all the questions here that all the folks have. So couple seconds here. So these are the questions that you guys have emailed me about Nick's chat room. Okay. So from both YouTube and on the other one, the Zoom chat. So does Nic Chahine go over the member trade ideas? Yes, he does every single day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and Sundays. Are the sessions on Sunday recorded? Yes, they're all recorded, and you can attend live, and you guys pick the tickers. Nick will review that. A lot of people do that if they're busy. They just pop in on Sunday. They get their update on their portfolio. They adjust it. So good question there, Mary. Next question here, Philip. Are the sessions Monday to Friday live or pre-recorded? All the sessions are live. Everything you'll do with Nick is live. Now, great question there. We got the next question here by Thomas. Does everybody that joined get a free laptop? Yes, everybody that joins until midnight will get a free laptop, and make sure that you see on the checkout that there's a laptop there. So good question there. Next one. Can this help me if I trade crypto, commodities, Forex, or just equities? Absolutely. This helped me trade a stock literally with Nick live here, and it works. So it doesn't matter if you're just trading options or if you're trading crypto, Forex, commodities, equities, futures. Nick has it all down there for you. Good question there, though. Next question here back from Jay. Is this for new traders only or for advanced traders? Interesting question. So this is actually for both, right? We have people that are just starting out, and we have people that are advanced as well. And the great thing, the beautiful thing, is when you see the people that are more advanced helping the newer traders with basic things. Of course, there are things that you really can help yourself each other without having to get Nick involved, like the most, certain questions. But good question there. Absolutely. Next one. What is the chat room schedule? The schedule of the chat room is Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. Eastern. Typically, well, it's actually 8:30 a.m. When Nick is posting all that stuff. All of the indexes charted out. The link to join the live trading room in the chat room, right? So Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. And Sundays, you meet from 10 a.m. Eastern till noon. Again, this is just for chat room members. So next question, is this only for one trading style or different trading styles? Well, interesting. Nick actually helps people that are scalping, day trading options, trading other types of assets, and also people that take longer term or swings or things like that. It's always pretty much set up for what you're doing. So Next question here. Is there a money back guarantee? Yes, 7-day money back guarantee. And last question here. What is the price at the renewal? It will be the same one as today. It will not go up next year. You'll keep the same price. So I think we covered all the questions there, Nic. Is there anything you want to add there?
That was a lot of questions. No, you covered it all. Here's what I add. If you're serious about leveling up your game and joining a group of people that love trading, I'm not here to be a talking head. I'm here to help. The group itself is successful all by itself. I love it. And I wish you could see it. And the good thing is that, did you say that you guys give them a money back guarantee? So I've been doing this with Benzinga since 2011. I have had people with me for 9 years that I recognize like on the daily. So if we're doing something crappy, there's no way this can happen. And on top of it, Benzinga believes in the content so much that it gives you your money back. Period. End of story. I don't need to tell you anything else. Now, somebody's asking about AMC. Not my favorite company, by the way. My comments, I'll show you on the chart, but I'm going to show you something that's pretty alarming. So we have a rising rate environment. Companies who burn through cash, not lose money on the P&L. That's two different things. So lose money on the P&L is one thing. So this is the P&L, the profit and loss statement. This is your income statement. I made this much money. I spent this much money. Here's what I netted. There's a whole bunch of schemes that go on in coming up with a number here that's mojoed, right? When somebody reports taxes, maybe it's a real number, maybe it's not. You can move things around, especially a company that's widespread. So they're showing a $1.2 billion loss, $1.3 billion loss. That's not what concerns me. That's okay to carry a loss. What stock did we look at today that carried a loss? Chewy, maybe? I can't remember. But if you go to their cash flow from operations, that's the secret. How are they getting that done? So if a stock is delivering a net that's negative, and they have a huge positive cash flow from operations, I'm not that concerned. Meaning they are consciously spending their money to grow, like Amazon used to do, but they didn't need to borrow to do it. So they're feeding their own growth. Well, these guys are not. They're losing 615 million they did last year, cash from operations. So they spent more than $500 million negative in order to do what they did. And what they did was pretty crap. So they're still half the sales they were in 2019. Here's the alarm. Total liabilities. This is assets and liabilities.
Hey,
Debt
Nic,
to assets.
really quick here. Just want to give a shout out there to Marty. Marty, thanks for joining here. Welcome to the Options Inner Circle chat room. Let's go.
Hey, Marty. So debt to assets is going through the roof. So this is a company that clearly needs debt to exist. Unless they pull off a miracle, that stock is going to get a wake-up call. All those people that love it are going to get a wake-up call. Having said that, here's how I traded it. How I suggested you trade it. When it was rallying here, I'm going to walk you through these lines. When it was rallying here, this is a daily chart. These comments would work on a 30-second chart, 5-second chart, minute chart, doesn't matter. It's the same concept. When the stock bounced, I drew this. I said, if you're a bull, you're going to see it rally, hit a resistance level, I guarantee it, and fade. How deep it fades and what happens at a fork, we don't know. But I drew it and I said, this is the upside potential. It fades, it finds footing, higher lows, and it reverts higher, and it probably gets to here. And that was way back in time, right? So February. So when I said the danger is at the same time, so somewhere around here, it could decide to not bounce and not respect it and come down and retest this. And they may bounce and lose footing. So they retested it, bounced, and lost footing. Where did they go? Almost to my arrow. These arrows were there before the price action. I guarantee it. I have proof. And then it spent a lot of time. Guess what? Below, like Bitcoin, 46,000, below that. And this was a GME rally. It went with GME. Look where it went. So we know levels. Whether I got the timing right or not, I got both targets. So, and this target got hit twice. But my comment was, if it's under 20 and a half, 21, it's going to single digits. It's just a matter of time. Unless the government, unless the company comes out and says, here's how we're going to change our business going forward. And they can do it. I mean, they have good real estate. I'm assuming they own the real estate. Why aren't they not esports arenas? Can you imagine a whole bunch of teenagers in there drinking sodas on a Friday night where they can't go anywhere else? I mean, I think there's an opportunity there. I don't know. I'm not an expert in the business. All I know is that the way they're operating their business right now, they can't last too long. And if they lose that orange dotted line that I just drew this one. You can hold me to it next time. If they lose that, I put an alert. The alert says, uh-oh, single digits, question mark. Don't be surprised to see it collapse without a change with the attitude. So this is this stock from a long, long time ago. Perfect world. The high came at 2016. Uh-oh, lower high. Uh-oh, and going down to basically zero, $2. That's in the pandemic. But before the pandemic started, that's November, December of 2019. The stock has already been at an all-time low. So it was already broken. And then who in their right mind lets this happen? How did the SEC let this happen? 2,500% rally. On the worst condition, the company was still closed for business. It still had no sales, and the SEC let this happen.
Hey, Nick, really
but
quick.
They put Martha Stewart in jail.
And they have Alex in the chat is basically asking, so the chat sessions are Monday to Friday and video stock review. No, Alex. So live sessions Monday to Friday and Sunday, and video stock reviews every single day that you meet with Nick.
And if Alex wants more, he can get more. Okay, the second question was Affirm. Affirm is exact opposite of AMC. Has a good business, legitimate business, can't buy a bid to save its life. So go figure. I think, there's a theory that Wall Street is after ARK Invest. They want to bring her down to her knees because she does things a little bit differently. I'm not a fan, but they're ganging up on her. Any stock, here's a hint. Any stock, can you see this? Any stock that has rising revenues at the cost of increasing losses, avoid. There's no appetite on Wall Street. You can look at all of them. They look like this. Inside the rubble is PayPal and Square. They're stuck in that. But all of them, like Roblox, somebody mentioned Roblox, great company. They know how to make money. Look, high growth, incredibly high growth, increasing net income, net loss. They don't want to hear it. So the company falls 40% and it doubled its business. What? So it's like a pizza shop says, hey, I doubled my business from last year. And then some analysts go, you suck, because I had a target for you on profitability, which doesn't matter because it's a new pizza shop, and you missed my estimates. I'm going to crush you. In the end, they're going to buy it back. At what level, I don't know. The problem with Roblox, somebody asked, the bulls don't have anything anymore. The bears are in complete control until somebody says, wait a minute, what the hell? They're a $5 billion business now, but they're spending. Yeah, so what? Let me see. Are they spending their own money or borrowing? Look at that. They have $700 million in cash from operations. So they can spend all they want. They're feeding their own growth. I don't know the business very well, but I do know my friend's son. I don't know him. He's probably 3 years old or 4 years old, maybe older actually. Bought a sword one time. So my friend put his credit card to buy him a sword in some game. And suddenly his son is kicking ass. He's burning it up, buying all kinds of advantages. And it was a $6,000 bill. He wiggled it down, but they know how to make money. So I would never bet against this company, right. But look at this.
And a lot of stocks are in that weird situation, and that are good. We were looking at PayPal the other day, right? That was another one we were looking at. We were looking at Netflix. And do you have any thoughts right now on the because everybody's talking about the consumer, how the consumer is doing? What do you have any thoughts on that?
The consumer is fine. The consumer is 2/3 of the economy. So we better listen to the consumer. And if I've read my history well, when there's a housing problem, the consumer pulls back pretty quickly, which tells me that most of the spending is done by the richest people in the country. By rich, I mean the people that can afford homes. I shouldn't say richest, the better to do people. So that includes the stock market. So I know for a fact that spending will get severely hampered if one of two things or both happen. One, a real estate problem. Two, a stock problem. And we have both right now. I have an adjustable mortgage left over on my house. It's a small mortgage. It jumped 1.5 points this month, next month. It jumped 1.5 points. So I'm pretty sure mortgage rates are well over 5% now, and they haven't been that in a long time. So what's going to happen? I bet if you talk to a real estate agent somewhere, or a real estate pro, or a developer, or a builder, or Home Depot, they'll tell you, "Ooh, there was a cliff. We just fell off a cliff with demand." If that's the case, that's a big hit to consumer spending eventually. How fast? I don't know. The other one is if the stock market crashes. So wealth comes from refinancing and spending, or you look at your portfolio and you go, "Ooh, yeah, that's nice. I can spend." And then you look at your portfolio, I'm down 30%. Nope, I better pull the reins. You feel rich, you spend. You don't feel rich, you don't spend. It's as simple as that.
Right. Do you think, really, what's your thought that, like, just the fact that oil prices are going higher, everything is going higher, just the machinery, uses a lot of this. So oil and all this stuff going higher makes everything else more expensive. You think?
Oil higher, of course. So not just more expensive. So I don't drive to go anywhere, but if I drove 100 miles a day, I mean, my gas bill, my driving bill would be, I don't know, a couple hundred more, 300 more a month, 400 if I drive a lot. That's $400 I'm not going to spend somewhere else. We don't have unlimited spending power. We have limited spending power. I'm lucky to have no overhead, so I can swing it, so to speak. Somebody who has a job and a family and has a decent account, that's probably because they're frugal. They're going to tighten the belt when they're spending $300-400 extra on gas. That's one person. What if we have two people in the house? So it makes a bigger difference. Oh, buy an electric vehicle, really?
So does this translate to people taking less vacations and shorting airlines?
Shorting airlines. Well, interesting you say shorting airlines. I did share a trade on UAL, but it needs nothing. It needs absolutely nothing to win. So we took a long short position on UAL, and as long as UAL is between 60 and 43, I think we win. And that's 60 and that's 43. I'm pretty sure.
And it's good to note that, because you also, you love the credit put spreads. You provide the scalping for day trading options, but you also provide these other types of trades, right?
Yeah. So I thought that the upside target for UAL from sometime down here was here. It took a detour to get there, but it got there. Once it got there and it faded a little bit and then reported earnings, I was like, okay, so I want to challenge the fact that it can take out where it just failed, because I looked left and it was a big failure before too, and before that, and before this. So I said, this could be a great catalyst for a breakout, but I don't think they should do it. And I said, there's a sloppy parts down here. So I wanted to short it. And then I thought to myself, no, I better not short it. I should short it by doing this guy, a credit call spread, a bear call spread. I said, I can also go long it down here, because I don't hate the company. I'm challenging the resistance. So I'm saying, okay, I'm trying to make money off of this resistance by collecting a premium up here. And then I said, why don't I double my revenues and collect the premium down here too? So what do I need to win? I just need this stock to stay between these two values for a week. And then I collect 25% on that. So the equivalent would be for me to spend, say, $800 and say, I need a 25% rally in that stock with 85% certainty in the next 7 days. Not many people can come up with that list, right? So these are the stats on this one.
Yeah. And so someone's asking, does Nic provide on-demand ticker request? Yes, he does. And I want to apologize for going over so many questions here, guys. But look, these questions are from you guys at the end, and I have to answer them. And it's a dilemma because I also want to listen to Nic, but I also can't ignore you guys.
So yes, somebody wanted to trade Costco. So I was like, okay, I love the company. Technically, it hit target one of two targets. Target two is at 502. So I don't want to marry it by buying a call and then needing a rally. I was like, okay, if you twist my arm, I could probably do a credit put spread on it, which is basically betting that it's not going to fall below 520 or 515. I can't remember the number. Let's say 520 in the next few weeks, 2 weeks or 10 days. I can't remember. But anyway, and then I said, you know what? I could also short it at the highs that you just put in. So again, here we may make 25% if nothing crazy happens, if it doesn't do this or it doesn't do that. And I don't think it has earnings anytime soon, does it? Hope not. March, no, so that's 3 and 3, so 6. So it'll be late May, early June. Yeah, they're missing a note here. So it's late May, early June. There's no way there's this much distance between two. That was weird. Yes, I do remember that. And I said, I want my position to expire at least 2 weeks before the earnings, just in case they pre-announce. Sometimes these companies like to pre-announce. So what is this red stuff? The red thing is a Harmonic. Again, I mentioned them earlier. Harmonics are a dear friend of mine, unbelievable trader. She's amazing, amazing. I mean, she's forgotten more than I will ever know in my life. That's how good she is. She makes fun of me every time I mention Harmonics. You see what you want to see in them. Like maybe.
Right. And that's the thing, Nick, because for example, if you go in there and you say, hey, you know what, I want to start, I want to be a neurosurgeon, right? And you go into the ER, you don't even know what to do to begin with, right? But if you have a professional with a trained eye that has been through it, it's way much easier. There's no reason to try to wing it and blow up your account trying to do it. And I don't want to say because it sounds cheesy or nothing. It's because I talk to real people every day and I hear their stories. And this is what's happening. And really, that's why we go so hard on the education, on being here for you guys, helping you and everything. And Nick, above and beyond to giving you guys full Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, which I'll tell you wasn't even part of the deal to begin with. Tell him, Nick. It's true.
No, this totally brand new thing. I thought to myself, hey, I'll try it one day. Okay, we'll do it another day. Okay, one third day. And before I know it, here we are. It's a daily thing. It's very taxing. I will continue to do it as long as I can, and as long as it's been this fun and rewarding. You see results right away. Go ahead, Angela, hit me. What's your question? I didn't see your question, so hit me. I look back, it's not on my screen. It must have scrolled off the screen. So anyway, I love it because it's rewarding. When I see messages like the ones I pasted,
right.
Yesterday I pasted, or last time we did this, I pasted a few more. Somebody said, oh, you're cherry picking. I was like, no, I just grabbed the last 3 comments. I didn't cherry pick anything.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify something here. We do have actual inner circle members here that Nick does know. And we do have like 400 people here. So it's obviously going to be impossible for really us to go through
no, I didn't read
case,
names.
yeah.
I saw a couple questions about AMD and NVIDIA and whatever. I didn't read the names. And now I'm seeing that RAM, I recognize a RAM from the group, but Angela once has a question, but I don't see the question. So I scrolled up, I couldn't see an Angela. Oh, there it is. Can options only be done with margin accounts? I believe you need your account to be a margin account in order to do an options. In other words, you need to call your broker and ask them, what do you need to do to get options approved? Now, the problem is it's like a catch-22. Most brokers will say, well, you need to fill out this questionnaire, and it's pretty tricky. You can't answer, no, I haven't done, because they won't allow you because you need experience, but nobody will give you an account unless you have experience. So how do you get that done? They almost force you to lie. So figure out what you need to do to get approved. And
Yeah,
I believe in order to do options there are different levels of options. The basic level, they allow you to buy stuff. Another level, they allow you to buy spreads. So limited maximum loss. And then you can level up with 2 more levels where you can sell naked stuff. And I don't think anybody should do that unless they are bulletproof with the concept.
Right. A much deeper conversation, definitely. I mean, obviously we can't have that here, but Nic is there all day if you want to talk to him about it. Asante, good question there. We have, how do you join the group? So Asante, make sure you're using the link we're putting in the chat. That's for the 70% off with the laptop, with the live trading with Nic and the Sunday sessions, all of that together. But yeah, I noticed that yeah, there's a lot of questions and we try to get to all of them, but some of them do require a little bit more back and forth. I'll have to say there, but okay. Nick, we have a question here from the YouTube chat. Let's see. So yes, Nic will also help you guys with technical analysis. That is one of Nic's.
That's my favorite thing to do.
Yep. And Nic, now you're looking at a lot of different sectors. Obviously, on Sunday you go over hundreds of stocks. Is there a particular sector? I know we've gone over a couple. Have we gone over like Home Depot, or is there a particular sector that's either concerning you or not, or the total opposite?
Yeah, I would avoid the semiconductors temporarily. I would avoid banks because I don't know. Really, I don't know. Banks have benefited tremendously from very loose monetary conditions. In other words, the Fed was going out of its way to give them free money with these reverse repos overnight. They were like $200 million a night spread across, I forget, 21 or 81 banks. It was a big chunk of change, and it happened overnight for no reason. It's like a pawn shop and a reverse pawn shop. It's very weird. So all these things are going away. You put that next to the fact that they have record deposits. So they do have money to put it to work. So I really don't know what's going to happen. So again, if the banks are rallying and or the SMH or XLK is rallying, then the rest of the markets are rallying. So why take on this extra uncertainty, extra question mark? So I would rather bet on the SPY or SPX or the NASDAQ straight up, or the small caps for a comeback. And you know what? The quiet guy, the DIA, the Dow, relative to its weekly candles, it's still doing well, probably a little bit better than the S&P, which is doing definitely better than the QQQ. So everything is relative to 224, the flash crash of the Ukraine. So that's it, higher and higher. Okay, keep that in mind. QQQ, not so. That's Ukraine. They've even pierced it twice, including this week. These are weekly candles. SPY, between the two. The flash crash from Ukraine, higher, barely. So best is the DIA. Worst is the QQQ. Of course, the IWM is worst of the worst. So the IWM is 2,000 stocks. Altogether, they probably fit inside of Apple, but they are 2,000 stocks. And you can see the weakness right here. You see that in November of 2020. Major mistake. We did that in the SPY as well. Crazy. So you leave this weak point. This starting to look like a ladybug or something. It's called an inverse cup and handle. So in theory, this is headed to here. So when they rally, book your profits and losses.
Right.
They rally. They might bleed to here before you know it. And then that's why I have I have alerts down there. I'm going to put one.
Hey, Nic, so a stock that I wanted to ask you about, and this stock has been broken since inception. And from what I understand, they have really good earnings. It's like an AI company, but something's wrong there. Maybe you can figure it out. I don't know if you've heard about the company. It's AI.
Yeah. So this is a C3 AI or whatever. It's basically an artificial intelligence company. The guy that started it is Siebel from Siebel Systems. I want to say he used to work for Oracle or Cisco. I can't remember. Maybe Cisco. And then he started a company, or before that, and he sold it to Cisco or Oracle, whichever company. So he started a company, sold it for billions. So he's already an accomplished flipper. So I got excited when he came up with C3 AI. And it's like, okay, I'll do a flyer on it. I tried once. It didn't happen. I was like, screw it. I'm not done. I'm done trying. Because look, high growth, high spend. Not interested. The market is not interested. I think it'll get bought out. I think that's what he wants to do. But you can't get bought out when you're going into the toilet like this. At least he's growing the business. So between the two, I would rather be in Palantir, to be honest.
So it's safe to say that fundamentals don't matter
I
or
don't
not.
think fundamentally it's broken. It's out of favor in Wall Street. So you know how they say don't fight the tape? That's if you're trying to catch the falling knife, you're fighting the tape. So here's how bottoms work. Bottoms are not V-shaped. They're bowls. You do a rounded bottom. That's the one that you can count on. These are garbage. These V-shaped things are garbage. So first step in finding a bottom is stop making lower lows. They tried that a few times. Look, okay, this is it. That's the bottom. Nope. And then it becomes the top. And then here, 3 times. Oh, yes, this is the bottom. Nope. Okay, maybe this is the bottom. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not biting. I'll catch it on the swing up. How? It'll find a bottom. Okay, so where are we? It is making, I do have, it is in the hands of the sellers. So they're selling rallies. There's no doubt about it. So when you make a bottom is you stop making lower lows, right? That's what we said. You stop making lower lows. And then you go sideways a little bit. It's like you're stuck in the riptide. You swim sideways. And then you start making higher lows. After a while, you don't have to do it like right away. So let it go sideways a little bit. How do you know you're in one of these? You start breaking levels that were problem areas. So I would point this out. That's actually a more important level is this one. So this is resistance. So if you overtake this one, and now they start buying dips. So you get a dip, they buy it. You get a dip, they buy it. Suddenly you're developing a channel versus them selling rips. That's a physical, that's how you know you're changing. So I even have a template for this. That happens so often these days with this type of stock. Sell pop. Look, selling rallies. They're selling rallies for months. So why do you keep thinking this is different? Why do you keep thinking that, oh, this rally is different? No, wait, this rally is different. No, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. This started a long time ago. So stop catching rallies. Wait for it to swim sideways, then start breaking these levels. And then you say, okay, maybe they're catching. That's how it happens. So how long does it go sideways? I don't know. So stop catching. And if you're long, if you say, okay, I'm going to try, this is it. I'm going to jump the gun. And you buy calls, you buy shares, you sell puts or whatever. You should stop out if you lose the low, because then it's an unknown variable. You have no idea where they're going to go. And Wall Street does not like it. So you can't bank on them stepping into it. So this is how I would picture a perfect bottom. Oh, that sounds pretty weird. You know what I mean? That's C3 AI.
Right. No, interesting, because there's a lot of things out there in the market. And now, do you see any growth companies that are actually doing well, or they're all just garbage right now?
They're all doing well, but not the stock. Like Affirm is doing well, SoFi is doing well, PayPal is doing well.
So like chart-wise, let's say, is there
chart-wise, I can't think of one. I can't. Square is starting to do better than the other ones, but it's still crappy. My God, I mean, the pain is freaking amazing. I don't get it. So by the way, this looks like a good swing trade opportunity. Do they have earnings? Please say no. Okay. All right. So I would not, if it dips tomorrow, I would get long into the earnings as a trade for the earnings tactically. Let me see. Okay. So here, you've heard the term divergence, right? Divergence is you find two things that should be moving together, but they're not moving together. So here I'm looking at 2-hour chart of Square. Okay, so these are internals. That's a rate of change. This is an RSI. This is a modified RSI. So here it's continuing to fall, but it's not this is arguably positive, like from here. But if we take this point to here, there's a descent. Take this same point to here, there's an ascent. So divergent. They should be in tandem. So like if I pick this point in time, from here to here, it's down. From here to here, it's down. If I take this point in time, from here to here to here, it's down, all the way down, right? And now it stops going down here. That's the point of divergence. The stock continues lower, but these guys revert higher. So maybe it's the price is not figured it out yet. Plus there's this harmonic thing. So this harmonic thing, if you don't know what that is, it's just a pattern of ratios that come up, and mathematically they have rules about that. I don't know the rules. That's why I pay for the tool.
Hey, Nick, really quick here.
Complicated.
Really quick, just want to give a shout out here. Our Day Trader 1, welcome to the family. Let's go.
Welcome, welcome. So Day Trader 1's going to have a good time in our day trading platform. So this is called a bat. So here are the rules for a bat. So they need the distances between here that you can hardly see. They have to respect these. So this machine, this code automatically scans for it. There's no way on the planet I could do it, nor do I want to, if I can pay and have it happen for me. So, but what I do is I take the information, because the information says, hey, based on all the mathematical performances in the past, anytime we see this shape form, it's called a bat, it respects the bat, this will happen. What happens? After this is confirmed, it says, it doesn't say go get long or go short. This one says, go look for a reason to get long. That's why what I did is I opened, okay, let me find a reason. Okay, I have divergence. Can I find another reason? I have support. So I can make the assumption the stock is falling into prior support, 2, 3, back up. I can get long with a stop. And what's a stop? Okay, if I risk $1,000, however I get long stocks, long calls, sold put spreads, bought call spread, combination of any of these, I say I'm willing to risk $200. I'm making up numbers. And then I wait. So what happens? Typically, based on the mathematical formulas, they retrace some Fibonacci targets. And I usually pick 2 of them. This one is 1 and this is 2. So it could get to 117, it could extend to 129. My gut is that it rallies into the earnings. And then what happens after the earnings, I don't know. So if I get long and it rallies into the earnings, I'm out. Let them do the earnings. I'll retrade after the earnings because I don't know what they're going to do for the earnings. You saw the reaction for Apple. Apple's a fantastic company. The earnings were great. I haven't read them, but they tell me they're great. Somebody just gave them to me in a private message.
Right. Really quick here, Nick, just want to ask the people in the chat, are there any earnings that you are going to be looking at to trade either tomorrow, Friday, or Sunday? Because here's the thing, even though Nick does not like earnings, or I don't know if he does or doesn't, but I do know that people trade them in the chat room, and, you know, Nick can kind of give his thoughts or two on these things, just like he did on Netflix.
I shared a whole video on trading Roku earnings. I said, here's how I would get long Roku. I would buy the 90 call and sell the 93 call. Okay. It expires tomorrow, the 93 call. So I'm basically, right now it's 92.50. If they took that trade, if somebody mirrored my trade, which is that, I prefaced it that earnings reactions are complete coin flips. I don't have any intelligence as to why the stock should rally. I gave my input on why I think up is easier on the stock. I wrote it up before the market closed. And then if somebody bought the 90 call for next week, they paid $850, I think. And they sold the call for tomorrow, they collected $600. I'm speaking from memory. Those are pretty close numbers. So the net out-of-pocket expense was $300. At the open tomorrow, that $500 or $600 that they collected, they can take it off the books with 100 probably. I don't know where it's going to open, but if it opens here, that number is going to be shrinking pretty quickly. So that leaves them long next week's $800 call, which should be about 600 or 500. I'm just estimating. So the trade should be positive at the open tomorrow. So what I would do is I have that trade on my books. So what happens is I would just book the whole thing or see if I can sweat it and hold it for a couple of hours to see if it gets better. because every tick that passes where Roku does not blow through 93, I'm making money. And if it blows through 93, I'm still making money, but I'm capped. But some people freak out. Oh my God, my call is in the money. They're gonna. I was like, yeah, but you have time. But anyway, so yes, I do trade earnings, but I label them as guesses and speculative bets. So I would not recommend somebody bet the farm on them. So the earnings, and I played Teladoc's earnings by buying the dip, and it played out to the tune of 100% in minutes. You saw the results. And if somebody didn't book it, they're still up 40%, 35% if they didn't book it at the top, the Teladoc one. So the Roku one, I'm looking at it. When it closed, my cost was $300 to open that trade per contract. And so if I did one contract, I paid $300. And at the close, it was $335, $332. The call, the $93 call was $745. So that is going to collapse in the morning in my favor because I collected that amount and it's going to collapse in my favor. The other one that I bought for next week is going to drop, but much slower than the one for tomorrow. It has hours on the clock versus a week plus hours, the one I own.
Right.
And the implied volatility was 3 times more expensive. I showed you the implied volatility. In case you missed it, is this Roku? Yeah.
Yeah, and just for those that are asking, Nic will go over the options chain with you guys.
Like, this is the options chain for today. This was the snapshot from today. This number right here. So you can't see the 93. On the other one you could. So anyway, this number right here, that should be under 100. Next week's is 130. That's also high, but much less than this one. So what happens? Tomorrow morning, this one will be this much. So everything here, everything you see here and here, all the puts and all the calls are going to be slashed 40%, I'm estimating. So if you bought this for 700, you're going to immediately lose 40% of that number at the open. As soon as it goes ding, 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 it's going to be slashed, even if the stock doesn't move. What happens to, wait, did we answer Melissa, was it? Or Angela? Angela's question. Hopefully you got your answer. Shiraz, Nic, what happens to call options in the money when a stock is split? You'll have twice. Well, if it splits, you'll have twice as many or 3 times. Depends on the split. When a stock announces a split, I stop trading it because you put on a trade, let's say you put 10 contracts or 40 contracts or 20 contracts, and suddenly you end up with 100 because it's split 4-1 or 5-1.
Right.
Then it becomes so costly to close the position. So I avoid it.
Okay, interesting. Nic, we kind of talked about it a little bit. We were waiting on this number, and I mean, I don't know if you talked about it in detail, but considering everything, right, everything that's happening around the world and here, are you concerned about that GDP number? Or you think it's going to be higher, something like that?
No, because I know it's fake. So
yeah, the revision, something like the revision. You mean?
So the bad news should have been good news, and it was. When I saw the stocks drop on the headline, I was like, you guys are so inconsistent. 1 minute they're scared of the Fed, and then they get reason where the Fed gets covered to not having to hike. So imagine this. So if it is a problem, if indeed it's a problem, you think the Fed's going to continue to hike when the GDP is falling and we fall into a recession? Because I think they qualify a recession where you get 2 negative GDPs in a row. I think that's what it is. Double check it. I'm not an economist. Right. So then the talking point starts. The White House sent us into a recession. Who's going to elect that White House again? Nobody. So the White House will do all it can in order to reverse that. By magic, the next number is going to be up. Meanwhile, the Fed would have said for a month, we don't need to raise again. Or if we do, it's going to be a quarter. So next week, everybody's expecting 0.5 point. Some people are expecting 0.75. Some people even talked about a full point. What the fuck? What? What? You guys are nuts. They belong in jail if they do a point. I can't believe it. So anyway, with a negative GDP, they're probably going to do another quarter and say, we're done for now, and let's monitor what happens with the next GDP.
Yeah, and it's really important, Nick, to know. Well, I mean, it's here's the thing. When I started trading, I mean, I really had didn't, and I have a finance background, but not a stock market background, and really all these things come to you as a surprise. Like, oh, what is the Fed meeting? Who the hell is this guy? Like why is the market falling because he says this? And so I think it's just good guidance because I just, when I talk to traders, it just, I feel it where it's like, oh, I'm new and I don't have no idea why this meeting is important and I lost a lot of money because of it. And it's all part of being in a community that kind of helps you along the ropes because there's so many dude, you can make so many mistakes. It's like you can get so creative on how to mess up. So, right?
When you're alone, I say it, when you're trading in a group, you become more responsible with your trades because then you feel like you're accountable to the group. So when I'm alone, I forgive my mistakes, my own mistakes, much easier. So you're easier on yourself than you would be if you were sharing the ideas with somebody else. So if you know you're going to post your idea, you make it bulletproof. You're not going to share crap. Um, a whole bunch of people in our room share confidently their ideas. I'm impressed. They confidently say, I'm short this at right here, or I'm long this right here. And then they come back and post the result. Rarely have I seen recently somebody go in, I just booked 30% profit. Okay, so where was the entry post? I haven't seen that in a while.
Well, you know why I like that? Because I remember, Nick, when it was just you and me, we started this chat room about a year ago. And some of the members that started, some of them are here. And I remember them very well. Lloyd, Joe Lynch, a lot of the folks there, and they've learned so much and seeing the progress, that improvement, seeing where we are now with all this stuff and a lot of your hard work, man, that you actually put in more than what was even expected from the chat members. So, it's just really good to see the impact that you're having in some of these folks when, it goes
I
from, hey, I was blowing up my account to, hey, I have never been so consistent trading in my
right that
life.
that is the message I get a lot is the method. Get a method, have a process, don't wing it. So this morning I started by pasting a whole bunch of options, facts, who's getting what. So part of those facts were, okay, let's see, Tesla was getting a lot of daily options flow, positive options flow. Amazon, big negative options flow. So I said, that look what played out. Look, Tesla, boom, bounced and recovered after the drop. So the people that saw the drop knew what to do with that. And Amazon, as Amazon stock rose, the picture inside the options was saying, whoa, wait a minute, not so fast. And so there's a lot of information that we look at. Speaking of working hard, I'm like spent, and we've been here for 2 hours and change, 2.5 hours. So I have a couple more minutes left in me, and I have to do a couple of write-ups for tomorrow. I owe them another video post earnings of sorts. Hopefully I'll have time to do it. Otherwise I'll do it tomorrow, but I need to do homework for it tonight. So what else do you need from me, Rodrigo? I know you usually hang around to answer questions of people who have follow-up questions.
I mean, look, we've had an amazing session here, Nick. I know that we're both in it together. So,
So I will answer Asante here. Is the question is pretty good, valid question. So if you've never done options before, but you do invest, I think you'll get a ton from this group, if nothing but the technical analysis. I promise you, I'm an engineer. I figured this stuff out on my own. I didn't learn from Wall Street. I picked up bits and pieces, and then I had 3 people that changed my life with regards to charts. They were futures traders, 3 different people with 3 different styles. I picked up the best of each, and they were like, what? I can't believe that this is how it is. So I think you'll benefit, from it, however you trade. I know you're going to be better at what you're doing. I'm confident of that. And if you don't think that, you have a week to cancel. And if you're dabbling into options and you know the basics, you can really level up by watching the evergreen videos, first of all, and then watching every video I share. Every video I share for a trade setup is a lesson from A to Z in options, some more complete than others. So if you just watch those videos, take it on paper, and then come back with questions, you have a classroom going on for as long as you're with the group. I think you'll benefit tremendously. And Benzinga will give you your money back. And the reason why it's not a free trial, because free trials don't work. I keep saying this as an example. I took a free trial from Symbolic, which is a trading platform. The guy is the Mark, the TD countdown guy, whatever. Solid platform, looked great. They gave me a 2-week trial. I logged in once when I got the username and password, and I never logged in again because it was free. Had I pulled out my credit card and paid $5 for it or $1 for it, I would have been mentally engaged, and I would have forced myself to use it. So now I don't know what it's like. I would have to re-sign up, pay for it, and see. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be safe, be flexible, have stops, have a reason. Don't ever take a position without having a real reason for it. And the fact that you tell yourself, I think it's going to go up, is BS. It's not a reason.
All right, definitely. Great to have you here, Nic. I will see you in the chat room, my friend. Thanks a lot here for everything you do for the retail traders, man. And shout out to all the folks here. We have a Q&A here and a couple other things we'll show you from Nic.
Ryan, I don't understand. Was I muted? Oh, never mind. I'm reading a picture I took earlier. Okay, never mind.
All right.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave. I'm already hallucinating. Peace out.
All right, there you go, guys. Nic Chahine, lead trader at the Benzinga Options Inner Circle chat room, nonstop every single day. Like, this guy's an options maniac. I'm telling you, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to about 6 p.m. Eastern. And also you meet with him on Sundays. You meet with him from 10 a.m. Eastern all the way to 12, right? So you have about 2 hours. He goes over hundreds of stocks there with you guys. And there's a couple questions that you guys asked me. We're going to go over them really quickly. Once I'm done with these questions, I'm going to play you some special videos from Nic that are just for the chat members. Again, that is just for the chat members, but I'm going to play them for you. I just have to go over a couple questions you guys sent me. Shiraz, it's different, but just make sure you email me. I'll hook you up there once you sign up. Just do it before midnight, before it expires. And so let's go over these questions really quick, guys, and then we can go over to the member only sessions, to the member only videos that I'm going to show you guys. All right. So does Nic Chahine go over the member trade ideas? Yes, he does every day. Are the sessions on Sunday recorded? Yes, they are recorded and posted in the chat room. Are the sessions live Monday to Friday? Yes, they're all live. Good question there. Does everybody that joined get a free laptop? Yes, everyone that joins gets a free laptop. This for new traders or advanced traders. It's for both. You have advanced traders helping the new ones. It's really cool. Let's see, what's the schedule of the chat room? It's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, 8:30 to 5, really. And then Sundays from 10 to 12. Does Nic trade over earnings, Fed, special events, all that stuff? Yes, he does that. We're doing it right now. Money back guarantee, 7-day money back guarantee, and the price at renewal is going to be the same as it is today. Some of you guys are asking about education really quick. These are the getting started videos. It's only for the inner circle members. So you have what are puts, what are calls, definitions, what's a spread. This can answer a lot of your questions that you guys have sent me. I just picked out like the most general ones, but this is going to answer a lot of your questions, guys. All right, so we're good with the questions. Now, in the chat, let me know if anybody has issues with the checkout or if you have questions on what we went over, so that we can go ahead and proceed to what I want to show you guys, right? So that we can wrap up the Q&A per se. So let me know in the chat, and I'm going to start pulling up these videos here. See what I can pull up. MD asking what kind of laptop is it? It's a new Google Chromebook. You don't have to return it. It's on the house. Do whatever you want with it. Seriously. So it's just a courtesy gift, you know. I'm surprised we still have it, to be honest, but you know, it's still there, I guess. So so yeah, good question there. All right, let's go ahead and get back here with if anybody has questions, just put them. Let's see what kind of session we can get. But for those that joined really quick, once you join, this is the general chat room you will see. There's 2 channels here. inner circle chat, and that is where that's where everybody is. Nick, all the members, posting trade ideas, all that stuff together, right? Setups, calls, all that stuff, research. And then the other channel, very important, right? Very important, is Nick's important messages. Once you click there, you're going to get all the trade ideas, updates, follow-ups, market commentaries, all that stuff from Nick. So in the morning when you come in, when you come in, the first thing to look at is going to be this morning post, and it's always between like 8:30 and 8:45 a.m. Eastern. And you come in you come in here, you see that he's talking about different things, what he's looking forward to in the market, and below you see where it says live session. So you click live session right there. There's other links here. Some of these are all the indexes. They're all being charted out, including the futures and also earnings. There's a video here on earnings. I'll show it to you guys in a bit also. But yeah, once you click the live session, this is where it's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 live. Shiraz, I get an error. To unlock this content, you must purchase the options in a circle chat room. Let me just check really quick, Shiraz. Amy, if I can't join the chat room, but can only be able to watch the Sunday recordings. Amy, well, I mean, everybody's actually there doing the entire look. I mean, there are people that are busy, they have intense jobs, or they're CEO or they run different companies, and they still want their money to work for them, right? You still want your money to work for even if you're doing something else, basically, right? So that Nick does offer trades like that for people that have that sort of schedule and for people that are actively day trading. So for any type of style that you do in options, Nick, I will show you where to find those trades, right? I'll show you where to find those trades in the chat room. And let's see, have to give a quick shout out here to, let's get this email pulled up. Albert Greenwood. Let's go, Albert. Welcome to the family here. Let's go. Albert, so yeah, just make sure you're kind of going over this with me so that you kind of know where to go. Right now, you'll have access immediately. And when you sign up, you'll get an email with, it says laptop delivery, something like that. Make sure you fill it out. If you don't get it, just reach out. So Shiraz, try refreshing it or send me an email, but I'll be here to help you out. Andy, good question. I'm posting the link there on the YouTube chat for you. So that's for the whole year, and everybody that joins gets a $400 like gift that I'm like seriously hooking you guys up. I had to go through a lot of meetings, right? A lot of meetings to give you guys this prize, $400. It costs $400. So once you join, just email me. I'll let you know what it is and everything. But yeah, this is just for you guys, low key. All right. So shout out to Albert, and let's go ahead. But here's the thing, Amy, right? So even if you are not able to join the day-to-day, you're going to get those trade ideas. You can log in the morning, the afternoon, at night, whenever it is that your schedule allows you to do that. And when you need that immediate feedback, something happens in the market, a quick change, a Fed meeting, you know how it is these days. So having that immediate contact with Nick is really what not only is going to save you money, but it's going to make you money, right? So keep in mind, in the market, it's not just about how much you're making on your wins, but making sure you're not losing, too much on your losses, right? And that you have proper risk management setups and strategies that Nick does that for you already in all his trades. So once you click on that, back to where we were, click on the live session link. It's going to take you to this place. You put in your username or anything you want there, and you're going to see this live chat room that we have here. Okay. This is live. Nick will be talking here. All right, Albert. So if you're seeing here, you can, there's a chat there, of course. Fellow Jitster is like, homeboy right there. Like there's so many people here that I could tell you are like, amazing traders, awesome people. Many of them have been here for the year since we started. So, a couple shout out here. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So fellow Jitsters welcoming the new guys. That's very nice. And that's really kind of how it is. That's the vibe here. It's a great energy. Melissa, send me a quick email for that if you can. I think you already did. If you can, just check your inbox. And so yeah, if anybody needs help with that, just let me know in the chat. I just want to show you, this is where the live trading is, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And Nick will be showing his screen here and talking. It's a webinar style thing all day, like literally the entire day. So if you have questions, you just type there and you can direct message him. You can private message him there as well. So let's see a couple of videos from Nick. If there's no more questions, let me know. And we can go ahead and carry on here with the videos that Nick wanted to show. Well, for his members, but I'm hooking you up here, showing you a little bit. Let's scroll back here. So this was yesterday. All right, let's go to some of the most recent stuff. So this is a lesson on spreads from the title. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, let's just take a look at this. Let's see what's up.
Hey traders, this came by request from the chat room. We were chatting it up and I was explaining something and a lot of people got it, but some people were. Hey traders, this came by request from the chat room. We were chatting it up and I was explaining something and a lot of people got it, but some people were. They couldn't see my screen. So here I am explaining it. So Roku reports earnings. So my statement is that earnings reactions are a coin flip. We don't know which way it's going to go. At the open interest and the options flow without today's action. So it's still early in the day. So this will change by the end of the day. But if you twist my arm, I would guess up. And the operative term is guess. I don't have a lot of confidence, but I would guess up. In fact, I said get long here for the intraday setup, and it's getting long. It's working so far. So what I would do, the point of this video is for me to explain a couple of concepts. Earnings, which ones not to buy and which one what to buy and what not to buy. Because the report is today, Thursday. Tomorrow is the last day for the contract for this week, and it's priced 3 times as expensive as normally. So if somebody is looking to buy something, they're making a mistake. So that's the lesson number 1. I'm going to tell you what not to buy because it's scary. And then I'm going to tell you what is better to do. And I would still tell you it's a guess, the direction, but the proper. So if I'm betting up, there are some things I shouldn't do. If I'm betting down, it's the same things I shouldn't do. If I'm betting, so the rule will apply to bulls and bears. So I'm not saying up is the direction. I don't know which way the direction is going to go. I am guessing up is easier than down. But, you know, it is what it is. But the rules apply to both. Okay, so first rule is I would not buy this week's contracts. Okay, this week being 429, because they're super expensive and they die in a day. And at the open, they will become cheap. So if I buy a call or a put, regardless of which way the stock goes, the premiums will die quickly. Now, let me show you why. I'm going to show you a visual. Not this one. This one. So this number right here, implied volatility, I'll make it bigger. This column is called implied volatility. So this is the VIX, basically, how expensive this stuff is. Everything I buy for 1 day on the clock, this 429 expiration, is 3 times higher than one, say, 3 weeks out. This is May 20th. This is 429 expiration. This is May 20th. 22 days on the clock. They're higher dollars, but they're normally priced. These 3 times more expensive. This premier disappears at the open, regardless of how it moves up or down. All the puts, all the calls will lose almost 1/3 of their value just from the click open. That's it. So you buy a call, you buy a put. Even if you guess right, you're going to lose a ton of the money you paid just from the open, regardless of which way it goes. So what I wouldn't do, I would not buy a call or a put for this week. I just told you why. What I wouldn't do, I would not buy a call spread or a put spread for the week. Why not? They will cost about the same to use for May or next week or the week after that. Why wouldn't I pay the same and have 10 days to work with it rather than just 1 day? So yes, if I buy it for tomorrow and I get it right, it wins faster than the other ones. But I pay for time I personally would not buy for today, for this week. Okay, so what would I do? The simplest thing to do is to buy a call spread. The call spread, everybody knows what it looks like. So this is not a trade recommendation. This is based on somebody that wants to bet up, guess up. Okay, so this is May 22 days, May 20th expiration. Not this week, not next week, not the week after. It's for May. I can do this for either of these two. I wouldn't do it for this one. This same setup applies here or here. It would be about the same metrics. Okay, so I buy the 90 call. I'm bullish. I sell the 93 call. I could have made it the 95. I'm just using this as an example. So I pay the difference between 900 and 770. Okay, so what can I make? I can make $3 total minus what I pay. So if Roku goes to 100, I can make $3 minus what I pay. So it's just about, I mean, there's no shame in doubling your money, right? So I can move this whole thing up and make it cheaper and bigger bang for the buck, but less likely. It's up to personal preference, right? These look reasonable to me. Now, this is called, everybody knows it, it's a spread. It's got one leg, it's got another leg. I buy a call, I sell a call above it. The maximum risk is the amount of money I'm paying. That's the maximum risk. This is called a debit call spread, and it just happens to be of the vertical kind. Vertical, you can see it up and down, same time frame. Simple, straightforward. I spend 150 bucks, I can make 150 bucks. Simple. Debit call spread. There's no messy management. If it goes up, I close it later for a little bit more money, a little bit less money. That's my maximum risk, 150 bucks per contract. Okay, vertical call spread. I'm going to introduce a concept that is similar, and it's called calendar spread. So the calendar spread, some of you have heard of it. They now call it also like a poor man's covered call. So I buy the same 90 call for May, but instead of selling the 93 call above it like I did with the other one, I'd sell the 90 call for tomorrow. This is not the one I would do. I'm just mentioning it for illustrative purposes. So this would cost, I'm doing the math, under $300. And I would need a perfect rally that doesn't go above 90 tomorrow. Then I'm long this one out in time. So I am long at 90, but I'm also short at 90 for one day. So I'm long at 90 based on this one. I'm short at 90 for one day. The maximum loss should be the amount I pay. How do I incur the loss? If it rallies too much, I'd lose. If it rallies a little bit and stops at 90, I win perfectly. And then it continues on higher next week, perfect, because I stay along this one for a cheap. This one is $900 now, but I'm paying only $300 between the two. And if tomorrow it pops and it doesn't go above 90, this one dies in my favor. I'm long this one for the amount that I paid, which is under 300. So that's a big win. But that's threading the needle. I would not do that. I'm using it as an illustrative lesson. This is called a debit call calendar. It's a spread, but it's a calendar spread. It's not buying here and selling here. It's buying here and jumping calendars to a different contract and selling shorter term. I buy the longer term one. I sell the shorter term. That's super important. If you do the opposite, the platform would penalize you for it. You create unlimited risk. Don't do that ever. So let's put that aside and forget about it. Let's revisit this one. That's the one I like better, simpler. Buy a debit call spread. Now, I remind you that if somebody wants to bet down, they can buy a debit put spread. So let's say they buy the 81 put and sell the 78 or 79 put. You buy this one, you sell this one, now you're bearish. You need a drop. This one is betting up. All right, so what's better than this one? This is great if you know what you're doing. What's better than this? Something between these two. This guy. This guy is it's also a debit spread. It's also on the call side, so it's also betting up. It's also saying, okay, what if I still want to buy the 90 call here, but I don't want to sell the 93 call in the same time. I want to jump like I did with the other one. But you know what? If I jump and I sell the 90, like I said with the other one, There's not enough. What if it jumps? What if it rallies tomorrow too much? I don't want that hassle. So what do? I sell the 93 or 92 or 91, something above my long 90. Why? Because now I am long at 90 out 3 weeks and short at 93. So long at 90, short at 93. So if the stock rallies fast through 93, I still have money because I'm long at 90, I'm short at 93. There's a differential in my favor. So now I can manage at the open some profits. Unlike the other one, it could get messy. So easiest form of a debit spread is vertical spread. Second easiest is diagonal. I buy the 90 3 weeks out. I can do it for next week. And I sell the one that expires in the day, higher. Okay, that's called a diagonal. The third one, I wouldn't recommend it in this situation, which is a calendar. I buy the 90, I sell the 90 in 2 different calendars. I would not recommend that. If I was doing it for myself, I would be.
All right, guys, and that was just one of the videos there I wanted to show you. There's a couple other ones there that I want you to see, but that's just an example, right, of some of the stuff that you'll get from Nic. Again, this was just, something really quick he whipped out for you guys about a particular, right, subject there. But there's other stuff here. There's other things here that he's posted. Let's take a look at this. So I click on this window and it just makes me, it makes it a lot easier because it's just like a full, it's pretty much just a full chat room there. So you see here, this is the actual live trading room. So Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, this is where you are. Let's go ahead and try to find, in the meantime, really quick, try to pull up some of these other videos from Nic. All right, so here we have the chat room. This is the main chat room, the blue chat room, Albert. This is where you will find the link to go into the actual live trading chat room, right? So let's see here what other videos we can find. So this was a quick lesson on spreads, right? What we just saw. There's something about earnings here. Let's see what this is. Okay, so it seems like a document here for the earnings side of it. Okay, so we have a video that was recently posted about Netflix. We're going to go over this really quick, guys. Just want to show you a little bit of what you'll see there.
Hey traders, Nic here. It is 4:19 Tuesday night, and apparently I'm losing my voice. This is an update after the Netflix earnings, but first let's discuss the day itself. It was bullish. It was a little bit too bullish, but thank God for that. Going into today, I was a bit nervous about the NASDAQ, of how close it was to important lines that it needed to hold. And if I start with the QQQ version of the events, so had we lost the lows from yesterday, they could have started a chain of events, long shot albeit, there nonetheless, that could have threatened testing more serious necklines. And I didn't want us to go there. It didn't leave a lot of cushion. So today's rally of 2% and then some was necessary. It's almost like the market makers felt it, just in case the earnings reactions would disappoint. So they left a cushion. And boy, do we need it. So mind you, this is kind of a weird setup. You have a cluster here that we're fighting over for about a week. And then we have these two islands. And these two holes in the action, which are called gaps. This one is not as big. And then an island in the middle. Very strange setup. And this has been a contentious zone. Look at here. That was the October line. And now we're below it. We haven't even recovered it. So what about tomorrow? Somebody's asking, so how will Netflix affect the rest of the group and what will happen to the markets. So first of all, Netflix cannot move the entire market. It's going to put a damper on things tomorrow. I believe I've expressed my concern over the potential negative reaction because Netflix is a one-trick pony with regards to attracting bids into its stock, and that's growing the subscriber base. First, how many new subscribers, and then they started looking overseas new subscribers, and then last couple of reports, they were focusing on the average revenue per users, and they call it ARPU. And I haven't read that report. All I know is I actually haven't read the reports because it doesn't really matter. It grew not as much, and I think the number of users shrunk. That may have been the first one. So look back to see if it is the first one, then you need to consider the fact that this is a knife I don't want to catch, Netflix. And I'll show you why in a second, but let's talk about the whole market. So it does put the whole market, a damper on the whole market for tomorrow, because I did mention it's tied to like a sympathy move by Fang Gang, because it's the N in Fang. It's got Facebook, you have Amazon, Netflix, the two Googles, and then I always add Microsoft and Apple. And now you have all the streamers, which involve Disney, yes, and Roku hit hard after hours, maybe even 10%, in sympathy. And social media because they follow Facebook. So it's like a chain of events that is going to carry through the NASDAQ. So let's look at Netflix in particular. And if I go to, say, 15 minutes, so it shows me the after-hour action. And I go to the extended hour version. Boom. Now you can see the effect. It's an absolute bloodbath. I mean, the drop is shocking. I think it was 25%, maybe 20%, definitely more than 20%. Now, I read the open interest. If you were in the live room, we were talking last minute. We're talking like 7 minutes before the close, maybe even less. I saw that the suggestion from the volume and the open interest in the options that down would be easier. I didn't think it would be this big, but I did voice my concern overall that it could be a disaster. That's a disaster. So as a result, let's look into a few other stocks for tomorrow that are going to be struggling. Roku. That's Roku after hours. Well, it gave back what it gained today. Thank God it was up 8% today, because tomorrow it's going back to today's lows. So what happens? I would catch this falling knife. I wouldn't catch Netflix. Okay, but this guy hasn't reported yet. This guy doesn't have the problem. It's Netflix that does have the problem. So this is a temporary move. I wouldn't be shaken out of Roku because of Netflix. If I'm long, I don't add. If I'm looking to get long, okay, maybe I can get long. Another one, Disney. Boom. I wouldn't touch Disney. I don't know what it is anymore. I really don't. So the Disney conversation is longer term. We should discuss it in different terms, I should say. So see, I don't even have a recent support for Disney, so I wouldn't do it. With Roku, I have support from today. If you're watching this tomorrow, I have support from Tuesday. So with Disney, I really don't know. All right, so let's go to Facebook. Excuse you, bless you, I should say. Facebook dropped, still in great shape. So the drop is like 1 or 2%, maybe tops. Normal price action, believe it or not, after an abnormal rally. Have you heard these words before? Yes, abnormal rally today, up 3%. Why? Nothing. They just wanted to build up some space so they can drop on Netflix and not care. So Facebook, I wouldn't even change my strategy. Nothing happened to Facebook. Google, probably the same. Yep, I wouldn't even blink. They just gave back the last minute rally in Google. Let's see here. Oh, the QQQ altogether. Same. So that's why if you were with me in the chat room, and I think I relayed that information midday, I would rather be long the QQQ than specifically Netflix. In fact, I extended the statement to say I would even short Netflix against my longs in the Qs, sacrifice some money into a put position in the Netflix, a put spread. So if I get a rally in Netflix, I gain enough on the QQQ to offset those puts in Netflix. And if Netflix collapses, it affects QQQ a little bit. My setup would be still alive because I suggested 2 to 3 weeks out, and my Netflix will pay me enough short term. That would be great. So if somebody used that same logic, there's no issues. It doesn't change the market direction. It just creates another hole in the bullish statement overall. Now, Tesla is up next. It could either just offset Netflix altogether if it impresses. And I'm not talking good results. I'm talking good reaction to the results, regardless of what the results are. I have no doubt that Tesla is going to sell every car they made at a premium, and they were going to forecast growth and growth and growth. There's not going to be one bad thing about the report from the government, from the company's perspective. I have no clue what the market will do in reaction to that. We don't know the expectations. It's all about human feelings overnight. That's it. The results will matter going long term. The overnight reaction, it's about hissy fits and reactions, hissy fits and jubilations. And neither of them make sense. It's all about feelings. Feelings do not make sense. They have no dollars, no cents. Okay, so recap. Tomorrow's open is going to be somewhat red, most likely because of Netflix. I wouldn't touch Netflix. I'll show you why. I wouldn't touch Disney. I could catch Roku if I'm not already long. Facebook is not going to matter much. If it drops, I would try to catch it if I'm not long. I don't add anything to anybody. Google, same deal. Is Apple moved? Barely. They all gave back the last minute rally. If that's the case, nothing to be done. It was a green day. It's going to be a green day tomorrow, and relative to today's low. Okay, on to Netflix. Why do I care not to catch the falling knife? I think I can show it to you on a daily chart. Okay, you saw it's at 260, right? Earlier, when it started falling, I said it could go to 190 to the people in the room. I was discussing people live, and I haven't had the chance to send it out, so I'm doing this video just for that. If it loses a chart, whatever this is, if they lose this, they put themselves on the back foot. Then they need to recover that immediately. Well, guess what? They haven't. It's down here at the blue line, right here. So we went back to September of 2019. This is the pandemic low. This is the point where nobody on the planet had a job. Everybody was out of work right here. And this is where it goes. Something broke. So rallies will be sold hard, and most likely. And now you will have a bunch of these on the rallies. Eventually, it could fall to here. Why? Because if you consider that this is a head and shoulders, the downside scenario is in the low 100s. But I give this a lot of credit to hold support. I give this secondary support, and I give this tertiary support. But the technical target is much lower. So I'm not saying short it until it gets to 150. I'm saying there is a scenario that could get it to 180, and I don't want to find out. If it's rallying, the QQQ are rallying now. If you don't have any longs and you want to take a flyer on it and risk X dollars on it and say, you know what, this is a lottery ticket, I'm going to risk my money on it. Make sure to set a stop. Make sure to give it enough time to recover. Make sure to be realistic with the size, because it is a speculative bet. We don't know if it's broken going forward as far as Wall Street is concerned. The company's successful. Everybody loves it. They spend way too much money on content, but that's their hook. Be realistic with the expectations. Now, I would love it if it can bounce back and go back to the 320 tomorrow. I would love it. I'm not bearish Netflix. I just don't want to be part of it because I have so many questions, especially that I haven't even read the report to really delve into it. So do your homework. Until then, it's completely speculative. Number one rule, I wouldn't double down. I would not double down. I don't know what.
All right, folks, it's Rodrigo here. I haven't forgotten about you guys. I'm on the phone. I'm taking care of all you guys that are, hitting me up and stuff. So let's go to the next video on Costco. If you have issues signing up or anything, put it on the checkout. I'll let you guys watch this whole other video now, okay?
Hey traders, this is Nick on Monday night doing homework after hours. So today is 4/25, tomorrow is the 26th. So we have a very heavy week of earnings, which will affect the outcome of the week. So going out of the week, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that there is a binary event that lasts the whole week. So first things first, we do have risk from the Fed. They're being stupid. They're talking too hawkishly. I agree that they need to do whatever they need to do, but they don't need to talk about it so harshly, and they need to be a little bit more reasonable. But that's not my job, and my job is to recognize the risk is there. Secondly, the war, of course, is a risk. Third, what happened to Netflix may happen to Facebook, and that's the fear. The good news is that maybe enough people have talked about it to where the fear is already built in, hence what happened in the market last Thursday and Friday. My hunch is that Thursday, Friday sell-offs had a lot to do with Netflix directly, margin calls, and indirectly that spirit, like, let me get ready by selling to Facebook in order not to get blindsided next week. That's what I'm thinking people were saying on Thursday, Friday. Monday started out pretty weak. We had a snapback rally. We closed green. VIX closed red. So investors showed some sort of gumption. Let's see if it's sustainable. Now, we get a few other gigacaps reporting, I think Microsoft Tuesday night. So my hunch is that Microsoft will not confirm the weakness in Netflix. It will just basically says Netflix's problem or Netflix's problem. And if we get a rally out of that one, I would take that opportunity to close book profits faster than normal and fix problem trades. Like if I was long Amazon and Facebook, I should trim those just in case they don't tell the same story Microsoft does. Just an example. I'm just speculating. I have no idea what's going to happen. The reaction to earnings is completely arbitrary. It doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the report. Case in point, I remind you of what happened to Robinhood last season. They reported their last earnings and it was absolutely hideous, but it was less hideous than what people had imagined because the stock rallied 25%. For the short-term reaction, it's based on pure speculation, pure feelings, nothing with the data, nothing with the quality of report. On to this conversation. I bring up Costco. Costco's fundamentals are beyond reproach. Look at these green, blue, sales rising, revenues increasing, no losses. So fundamentally as sound as it gets. They generate $10 billion or $9 billion out of their own operations. So they definitely don't need to borrow in a rising rate environment. That's an important thing. Look at the revenues. Sales are exploding. Bottom line is doubled in just 5 years, maybe 6 years. So nothing to be said about, no doubt in the performance of the company. How about that? 46 PE is definitely not cheap. So value is not the selling point here. So what am I doing today talking about it this high? I'm here to tell you there's risk it falls to 544 and maybe even 502. So Nick, what are you doing then? I'm telling you I want to try to range it for a time being. So you remember I said I don't trust rallies. I do trust supports. And in this case, I want to also short it somehow. So I'm suggesting perhaps an iron condor before the next earnings report. I don't know why it's not showing up. I think they report late May. I will confirm that. I'm sharing this today so you can be prepared, ready for it tomorrow when I share it, if I share it. It's one of the things I'm looking at. Look at the list I'm looking at. Some of them I'm not touching. They all apply. Like a firm looks technically like it has a rally on the, I think, a 60-minute chart. It has a harmonic, one of the charts. Anyway, it has a technical reason to rally, but I don't trust it because it's high growth, high spend. Those are out of favor. Bill.com. Same, high growth, high spend. They all look the same. They all have technical reasons to rally, but I'm not approaching them from a standpoint right now. I want to avoid as many question marks as possible. Costco does not have a lot of question marks right now, fundamentally. Therefore, it's just going with the flow of the market. So if I wanted to try to eke out a profit of sorts, why not make it agnostic of what the markets do? So an iron condor. What is an iron condor? It's a self-hedged trade that requires a range to work. I don't need a rally. I don't need a drop. I just need it to do whatever it's doing mildly up, mildly down. So let me give you a visual. So I basically collect a premium from two separate trades. So there'll be four things of options going on, four legs. Two bullish, two make up a bullish one, two make up a bearish one. Neither of them need anything to happen. In fact, if nothing happens, that would be great. So let me share a picture of the setup on that one. All right, by the magic of television, I bring you the options chain for Costco. This is E-Trade's practice platform. Not recommending it. It's good for presentation purposes. I chose May 13th. If they report 2 weeks later, I want to give them 2 weeks so they don't pre-announce. Sometimes companies feel a need to pre-announce something. I don't want to get caught in a headline from earnings. So I'm trying to avoid it by 2 weeks, not just 1 week, 2 weeks, just in case. I don't know if they will or won't. Anyway, so current price at Monday night, the stock fell a little bit, so 568. Somewhere around here is price. So according to this platform, they're pricing in about $30, give or take a buck or two. This is the market maker's estimate for the next 18 days. They say it can fall 30 bucks, it can rally 30 bucks, give or take a few bucks. So that just gives me an idea of the range they're building inside the stock. Okay, so I want to take a risk down here. So these two things comprise the credit put spread, also known as a bull put spread. Same thing. So this is a bullish position that does not need a rally. All it needs is for the stock not to collapse below 525 in 18 days. The opposite trade is here. Whoops, you can't see it. There it is. So this is a bear call spread, credit call spread, bear side. So what do I need for this to win? I need price not to go through that. Okay, the total will give me a credit. I'm not sure this is accurate. It should be at least $1. Could be $1.20. So what does that mean? It means I collect $120 per contract to open. I collect money to open the risk. And then see the two call spreads and the two put spreads. Now I'm showing them on one order. I have found it to be easier to do them in two separate orders. One order for these two, so I broke them up.
Okay, guys, so that was a little sneak peek of some of the videos there that you'll be getting from Nic, right? And keep in mind, this is all on the Nic's Important channel. That's where he will be posting all these sort of setups, trade ideas, follow-ups. Only he can post there, so you don't have to be scrolling around trying to find his trade idea or the update or the links or anything like that. And the Inner Circle chat room is really where everybody is talking, including Nic. So these videos, someone's asking me, where are the educational videos? Right here. These are the videos that you get as an Inner Circle member. So what are options? What are puts, definitions? What's a spread? Call options, credit put spreads, when to book a stop loss, and how to do it. Breakout versus swing trades. What type of trade is best? Super important. And how to pick what type of trade. You can buy a call, you can sell a call, buy a put, sell a put. Spreads, condors, butterflies, so many things you can do, and for different types of situations. So these are always going to be available for Inner Circle members, and there's more that are coming that will be added. Nic did confirm that with us live here as well. So yeah, guys, if anybody does have questions, reach out. The contact is in the chat. We'll put it there. Have a great evening. Thank you for joining us. I'll leave the stream running here for a little bit, but just reach out if you have questions or you have issues with signing up or anything like that. So shout out to all you guys, folks. Again, thank you for being here. Shout out, and let's go warm shout out for everybody. See you in the chat room. Okay. And if you have questions, just reach out. We're going to be here tomorrow again. So we'll see you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.